Mission on mission, trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. I'm on a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transitioning my life. On a mission.
Hey! Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and I'm your host, DJ Genesis. Today, we are going to cover a live that I just did last night on the No Captivity podcast. Shouts out to No Captivity, hashtag no Captivity. And I really wanted to go over this whole FBA argument. It's been getting really heated. And it's gotten really crazy out here. So what I'm going to do is, without further ado, is begin to play this because it's really getting crazy out here with this whole FBA. Sorry about how small it is because that's how it is on the channel. I don't know why, but let's go ahead and play it.
Spacey got the sauce. You must heal yourself. And if you're rock with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard. Right? Americans and a lot of things centered around it. And I wanted to join the discussion. And I'm gonna share it with y'all. I'm going to react to this live stream. And we're gonna get right to it, man. But Captain Desire had a lot of controversial views when it comes to FBA. Sinetta chimed in, and then he invited a whole slew of people. I think it was like a panel of 10. Before it was all said and done, it was like a panel of 10 people, and a lot of people was very heavily opinionated on Foundation Black and American. Very controversial topic, and we're gonna go over it, man. Let's see. Let me see. Let me bring up the video.
X versus the other platforms. Tariq Nasheed is usually on X versus the other platforms. He is on Instagram and he is on YouTube, but the majority of his content is on X, and he uses pretty often Twitter Spaces where people can join in and they have conversations, and he does a lot of his content over there. And what happens is he either uploads the entire Twitter space or clips part of the Twitter space and then reposts it back onto YouTube. And that's what you really see on the majority of his content on YouTube. I think, once a week he goes live on YouTube, but mostly you see it there. Now, of course, on his Twitter spaces, you will see a lot of trolls, okay? There's a lot of trolls that come on. He doesn't know them, but there's one that comes on by the name of T.S. Giselle, who is...
So this is the trans that's claiming to be the queen of FBA. And he actually got voted. They voted for him to be the queen of FBA. And Captain Desire questioned this. He questioned Tariq Nasheed about this.
A transgender. And T.S. Giselle is just a troll. I don't know if that's a real individual or not, but, comes on and, Tariq Nasheed typically will have the person on for, a few seconds or a minute or whatever. Then he just boosts the person off the platform. And that's pretty much what it is, right? But then there is a controversy surrounding T.S. Giselle, as you know, which is probably a transgender person. And so this is what's happened.
Speaking of that, with that TS Giselle, there was and you got to watch these ops. You got to watch these ops. This is one of these Hebrew Israelites. He tried to use TS Giselle to start a failed rumor. Did y'all? And some of y'all didn't even see this stupid shit. This dude running around talking about TS Giselle is the first lady of FBA. And I really started looking at this dude because I met this cat. And when he started trying to run with that bullshit, I'm like, dude, are you an op? Dude, are you a damn fed? Even, you know, are you a fed even running with some like that? You know what I'm saying? When you engage in bad faith shit like that, that's Fed talk. Yeah, this dude, you know, T.S. Giselle is a damn trans troll. You know, there's a bunch of them. So T.S. goes in these, just, this say anything. Nobody takes this person seriously. And then T.S. Giselle running around talking about they're the first lady of FBA. All right, that's just some troll. And this dude texts me. You're like, hey man, I heard that this transgender is the third lady of FBA. What that about? I'm looking at the phone. Like,
So Tariq Nasheed is talking about Captain Desire texting him, I think. Either texting him or leaving him a voice message.
why would you ask me some stupid like that?
Can you tell these are AI?
Not really.
Neither can we. Go to Artlist for the best.
Not to talk about him, but at the time back in January, you had a transgender saying that he was the queen of the FBA. And I'm like, whoa, what is that? Like, I ain't understand. So now I'm really tripping on that. And I'm speaking now just for my FBA people that I've talked to. There was a couple of brothers that I talked about, and they kind of explained to me the whole thing. So I'm just retelling the story. So this ain't for nobody to take it like I still have this position. I'm just telling this was my position excuse me, I don't even want to say position, talk about some damn transgender. This was my statements at the time. All right. So at the time they say this. So every time I would talk to somebody from the FBA on Twitter, they would say, some people would say this just a troll, is not real. And some people say, well, they voted for him and they did all of this. So when I reached out to Tariq, I reached out to him as a brother. I think he interpreted as maybe I could be trolling him. That's the only thing I could think of, because his response back was weird. His response was like I was coming at him sideways, but I really wasn't coming at him sideways. And I could kind of understand why.
So Captain Desariak is clearing it up. He's saying he really wanted it. It was a sincere question. What's going on with this queen of FBA, and why are you letting this ride? What's the deal? What's going on with this, man? I mean, you know, he wanted Tariq Nasheed to actually give him a sincere response, but, you know, obviously Tariq Nasheed got offended.
So I don't know if this happened before or after he got called fed by Professor Small, but it's interesting that there's so much hoopla about him being called fed or CIA by Professor Small, but then he's the first one to call somebody else a fed because they asked him about a transgender being voted the FBA queen on his platform. So here's the thing. One thing I'm noticing is what's good for the goose is not good for the gander. Let's go.
And then here comes the mini feud. But
he would look at it that way, because maybe, you know, I could only imagine, you know, a lot of people coming at him about FBA attack this, attack that. So maybe he thought I was one of them. The only reason I don't look at it that way a little bit, because him and I had did a platform together. We had did a show together. And I remember saying to him on the show, he and I agreed we wouldn't let the white man have us go back and forth on his platform. So if we can, and I had never spoke to him prior to that. That was our first meeting. So we can establish that. I still don't see why he thought I would be trolling him, because I wasn't. Now I'm trolling the people on Twitter though. Like, I am trolling them because they're telling me that they voted for this man. So
see, here's another thing. when a person calls you directly over the phone, why do people have to always bring it out on the public platform? If Tazariak hit you up as a man, asks you a question, why would you bring that out on Twitter and then air that out? So now he has to respond. It creates a whole bunch of nonsense. What is up with the gossipy drama that these men are doing? This is weird. You know what I'm saying? If a man is man enough to call you and ask you a question on the back end, why are you bringing it up on the front end? These men need to like learn how to get back to being men and cut all this drama queen mess out.
So I am trolling them, but I wasn't trolling Tariq when I asked the question. So when he gave the type of bullshit ass story about me asking him, then it was like, okay, I'm no longer trolling now. It's just direct disrespect at that point. I'm not even so much disrespect to him because I ain't really said too much about him, other than I do think that FBA is a hustle. Now that's not disrespect. That's just what I believe it is. I think the FBA is the new hustle because they believe they getting reparations. So their delineations is the hope that the white man gonna give them some money, and they don't want Africans laying claim to that money. And we know them Africans is the greatest scammers on the face of the planet. Them Nigerians will scam the shit out of you. So that's why they delineate. That's the only code they on. The only code FBA is on is that if it comes to them reparations, we want to make sure only foundational Black Americans get it. That's the only code they got.
Which I think that's a good code to have as far as, you know, being foundational Black American. It is a stretch, right? It's a long shot for this westernized government to actually give Black Americans reparations. I think that is a stretch, but I think that's a good code to be on to make sure, you know, the right people actually get compensated and get reparations. But I think what Captain Tazariak is saying is that's the only code that's bringing FBAs together. There's no other type of value system or like core value system that FBAs actually adhere to or share in common. And I think he's saying that's problematic.
So back in January, I talked about it, and then I retold that story in October, and that's kind of what made it seem like I'm talking about it now. And I'm just the same way I'm answering your question is the same way I was talking about it back in October, but then it caught fire.
Make sure y'all hit that like button. Hit the like button. I appreciate you. If you haven't hit the like button, go ahead and do so at this present time. And if you subscribe, make sure you hit that notification bell. If you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either do it by super cap or cash cap. The cash cap is $Freezy no cap, $Freezy no cap.
A couple people questioned. I got the brother choking on this. Like, what's happening right now? Go ahead.
Can IGBTQ community help strengthen the goals?
L. That's L. That's not I. That's an L.
Oh, LGBT. Yeah, LGBTQ.
Mm-hmm.
Can they help strengthen the movement? Not only the movement of FBA, but also the movement of Israel. Of Israel, brother.
No,
man, they can't strengthen the movement of ISUBK because Jesus wouldn't turn his back.
So Anetta is asking Captain Tazariak, does he think that the LGBTQ community can strengthen the movement of the Israelite movement alongside Foundation of Black Americans? But I think Captain Tazariak is about to answer for the Hebrew Israelites or whatever. And he found it very funny. That was kind of funny.
He would try to clean them up.
Jesus would not allow, Jesus would not allow a gay person to continue to be gay. 1 Corinthians 6:9 says, know ye not that no effeminate shall inherit the kingdom of God. So let's say if that gay person wants to be a part or wants to be an Israelite, they would have to stop being gay. You can't be gay and be an Israelite. Just like you can't be.
You know, I've been having, this has been controversial for about a couple of weeks that I've been running into this, right? And much respect to the sisters and brothers who I kind of had some, who I had some opposing views with as far as when it comes to homosexuality and everything. But Captain Tazariak is right, man. You know, we adhere to the Bible strictly. And
I thought the Israelites was a lineage just like FBA is. So if a person is a Hebrew Israelite of lineage and they're gay, then wouldn't that be the same thing as the FBA that's of lineage and gay? Interesting.
When it comes to building up a community of people the right way, and the men are expected to be leaders, right? You just can't allow, you can't be lenient on a lot of things, especially homosexuality. Now, here's the thing, right? We don't hate homosexuals at all, you know, but when it comes to structure and order, right? Of course, we wouldn't put somebody in the LGBTQ community in charge of any type of mission or anything when it comes to getting the word of God out, right? And especially if they're not trying to change, if they want to maintain that lifestyle and they're not trying to change, I don't think it's wrong for a group of people that actually adhere to strict standards and core values to say, hey, this is not for you. We can't rock with that. This ain't for you. I'm sorry, you might have to go somewhere else. Now, I've been criticized for taking that type of stance. Sometimes I kind of get confused on if especially black women want real black male leaders. What does that really look like? Right? Especially when it comes to biblically. You can't play around with that stuff. You can't play around with that stuff, man.
Here we go. So we want to talk about the Hebrew Israelites, but we talk about biblically. At what point is the Hebrew Israelites a Bible? I'm trying to still understand why the Hebrew Israelites are not in only the Torah. Why is it a biblical thing? Why is it not a Torah thing? This is where I get confused about that whole movement with the Hebrew Israelites. It's like you're talking about biblically. That's Christianity. It's not Hebrew Israelite.
We're trying to raise up a nation of people, especially the kids. You can't subject these kids to just you can't be lenient and passive about that type of stuff. Because I'm gonna tell you something, that spirit will bleed. It will bleed on a whole group of people in the whole community, in the whole culture. And this is why we've gotten to where we are now. Because we've been so passive and we've adopted this Western.
So the homosexual spirit is going to bleed over into everybody else. So from that, so I guess gayness is contagious now. I don't know what he meant by it's going to bleed over. That's interesting. I mean, but I'm just listen. I'm gonna tell you this, Breezy. I am not coming for you. I'm just addressing what you're saying. First of all, you're talking about Hebrew Israelite. You're talking about the Bible. I don't understand that part. That homosexuality is gonna bleed over into other people. Okay, that means, is it contagious? Like, is it tag you're homosexual? Like, okay, if you're a man that is firm within your manhood, no homosexuality should be able to bleed over onto you. What are we talking about here? We need to start. Come on now, I don't even know what the word is. We gotta come on.
Mentality and these doctrines of men. So Captain Zariak is absolutely correct when it comes to that.
Gotta give you pushback on this, man.
Uh-huh.
Gotta give you pushback on this.
Right.
Whether you like it or not, Captain, there's gonna be homosexuals and lesbians inside of the movement of FBA. There are going to be hold up. There are going to be homosexuals and lesbians as FBA. It don't matter. If they FBA, they FBA. You can't change that. They are foundational Black Americans. Now, I'm moving over to you, brother.
Right.
Same with you. You can't change that. You teach that we are Israelites. So if we are Israelites, they are homosexuals and gays here. That's Israelites. Do you agree?
So let me broaden it. So
Why you say it like that? There are homosexuals and gays. Why you say it like that? He said there are homosexuals and gays. Watch how he said this. Hold on.
Especially when it comes to biblically. You can't play around with that stuff.
And gays.
You can't play around with that stuff, man. We're trying to raise up a nation of people, especially the kids. You can't subject these kids to just you can't be lenient and passive about that type of stuff. Because I'm gonna tell you something, that spirit will bleed.
It's gonna bleed over.
It will bleed on a whole group of people in the whole community, in the whole culture. And this is why we've gotten to where we are now.
All over everybody.
Because we've been so passive And we've adopted this westernized mentality and these doctrines of men. So Captain Tazariak is absolutely correct when it comes to that.
Got to give you pushback on this, man.
Uh-huh.
Got to give you
Why
pushback
you say
on
that?
this.
Right.
Whether you like it or not, Captain, there's going to be homosexuals and lesbians inside of the movement of FBA. There are going to be
definitely.
hold up. There are going to be homosexuals and lesbians as FBA. It don't matter. If they FBA, they FBA. You can't change that. They are foundational Black Americans. Now, I'm moving over to you, brother.
Right.
Same with you. You can't change that. You teach that we are Israelites. So if we are Israelites, they are homosexuals and gays here.
Gays.
That's Israelites. Do you agree?
So let me broaden it so it can make sense to everybody.
Gays, and there will be homosexuals and gays here in the movement. So let's hear what Tazariak is going to say about that.
A drug dealer can't be an Israelite either. A deleter.
Yes, he could. Yes, he could, brother.
You got to, no, you can't.
I'll tell you why he can. It doesn't matter to you. It's the Most High. He just went astray, but he's still an Israelite, brother, according to your teachings. See, he came over here on the slave ship according to your teachings, Captain. The African American, it don't matter if he's a goddamn pedophile, a drug dealer, or none of that. See, I want you to reason with me. He's still an Israelite. He's just a non-practicing Israelite, but he's an Israelite according to your teachings. And you.
So Sarnetta has been around for quite some time, and he's very familiar with the Hebrew Israelite movement and our belief system, right? He knows that being an Israelite is by blood. So technically Sarnetta is right.
Technically, he's right. It's by blood. Even though it's fixing to bleed all over everybody else. That gay blood fixing to bleed all over everybody.
Right? So he kind of clarified it when he said he's just a non-practicing Israelite. Technically, Sarnetta is right. And I think Captain Tazariak is about to build upon that. And they're going to actually agree.
You can't stop that. Only the Most High can stop that. Just with FBA. It don't matter what they are. If they foundational Black Americans and they doing all this wicked stuff, they still foundational Black Americans and they will get a piece of the pie.
So I'll answer it this way so you can understand.
Answer it.
Well, you're talking about, there's two things you're talking about. So, I always say we all Israelites. Since I've been in the conscious community, I always say we all Israelites. Now, there's a difference between we're all Israelites and then being a part of the Israelite movement. Those are two different things. So you see how you brought up the Black Panther Party, 12-point system, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to be a part of the Israelite movement that's different than, so I look at you, the WAC 100s, the Genuines, all of y'all is Israelites.
Thank you. That's what I'm telling you. Yes.
But none of y'all, like Sarnetta, you're not a part of the Israelite movement. WAC's not a part of the Israelite movement.
Right, but that's still I'm saying.
Let me explain the difference, because
just like Nas. I ain't talking about Nas Escobar. I'm talking about Nas, the homosexual brother.
Right, you talking about Nas
right now?
Who, Nasi?
Yeah, he's locked down.
I don't know. I ain't seen Nasi since it came out what he was doing.
He's locked up, I think. He's in jail. But yeah, he's Israelite.
But I'm trying to get you to see the difference of what I'm saying. So when we say that we're all Israelites, so we teach Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians are Israelites. That's all of them. But you cannot be a part of this movement unless you repent from the evil that you're doing. Let me finish.
Yeah.
In the FBA, they don't have to stop the evil that they're doing to be FBA. So the difference between ISBK, the difference between the Israelite movement and what FBA is just something that everybody can identify as. The Israelite movement is something you have to obey. You have to obey God to be an Israelite. So I would not call Sarnetta an Israelite based on that standard. But
let me tell you something. With my back and forth with people who still is engulfed in the Christianity mindset, a lot of people who I've talked to, they don't feel like you have to obey really. The laws are done away with. Jesus Christ died for our sins. And they will embrace a gay person that even believes that being gay is not a sin. We've talked to gay people on certain platforms that believe being gay is not a sin, right? And let alone being a white gay dude. That's crazy as hell to me, being a white gay dude and you embracing this dude. Here it is, I'm a Black man and I'm, I'm sticking up for the Most High. I'm a black male leader, right? And I'm not tolerating any foolishness, you know. And I'm definitely not going to allow anybody to play in our face. You got to understand. You got to have some kind of discernment. And I know on a few situations I was in, they always talk about discernment. What is the right discernment, though? What's the right discernment? According to the Bible, the right discernment is there shall be no sodomite or effeminate man in the house of Israel. None at all. There's no if and buts about it. And I'm gonna tell you something, man. A lot of the men, and especially in this Western hemisphere, we've gotten, I'm gonna just be honest with you. I think we've gotten soft, man. And we've allowed different type of spirits to infiltrate us. And they're gonna continue to infiltrate us. They're going to continue to infiltrate us. If you're going to adhere to a strict culture on way of doing things, if you want more successful marriages, if you want more less violence, you have to really adhere to the Most High God's law, statutes, and commandments. You got to do that. You can't compromise that. But there's been a lot of compromising going on and catering to. And I'm gonna tell you, I just can't get down with it. I cannot get down with that, man. You know, within the past couple of weeks, I reevaluated a lot of stuff. And it's not that I don't love all my sisters and brothers. I love all my sisters and brothers. But I love God more, and that's just it. I really do. I love the words of the Bible more, and I love the Most High God more. And I know what it say. And I'm never going to be swayed away from that. No matter if somebody actually falls away from me, falls out with me, I don't care. Captain Desariak is right. You know, shout out to my sister Venus in the building. What's going on, Venus? Shout out to Venus in the building. Captivity. Here we go.
I would call Sinetta an Israelite that got to wake up. So the FBAs, the Christians, the Muslims are all Israelites that have to wake up. Once you wake up, then you can be a part of the movement. Example, if somebody is queer, if somebody is trans, if somebody is a drug dealer, no, not a drug dealer, if somebody is an entertainer, if somebody is a Christian and they're prominent and a good speaker, they can go and speak on behalf of the FBA getting reparations. If you take that same queer, trans, drug dealer, singer, Christian, and he come and say, I speak for the Israelite movement, you're going to see every Israelite come out the woodworks and say, no, he does not. Because he cannot speak for us. She cannot speak for us because they don't obey and follow the law, statutes, and commandments. Our morals.
Listen, I totally agree with this. You got to be careful who you associate yourself with. You got to be careful who you allow to speak for you, even when you're not around. You really got to be careful with that, man. If we really about true change, you can't go light on these demonic spirits, on these devilish demonic spirits. I'm telling you right now, that's the easiest way for you to be infiltrated. And a lot of y'all have been infiltrated or going to be infiltrated. I'm telling you, if you want your life to get better, if you want your life to improve, if you want more structure, if you want families to be better off, if you want stronger men in society, stronger, especially black men. Let's start there. Black men. And you're asking black men to compromise? That's oxymoronic. If you ask me, that's very oxymoronic. Shout out to my sister, Fear No Mortals in the building. What's going on, Fear No Mortals? No captivity. Let's go.
Separate those that can actually be a part of the movement and those that cannot. The FBA don't have the morality that says that. That's what separated. So I get what you're saying. You're saying at the surface level, we all Israelites. At the surface level, we all FBA. You're right. But as far as the movement goes, that person that's breaking the law, statutes, and commandments cannot represent the Israelite movement, is what I'm saying.
Man, this is why I felt like this was so important to react to, man, because Captain Desariak was cooking, real talk. No cap.
All right, so let's go a little bit further into this because I really want to get into the panel of it all. So we heard what Desariak had to say about the subject, no gays in the Israelite movement. Then he's talking about Tariq Nasheed, and the whole use of a transgender that allowing them into the FBA movement. So let's go.
Ask your
No,
question.
what I'm saying
Let me
is
ask you a question.
intellectually.
When you say that, when you're gonna fight for them, right? Because I fight for the youth currently, right? What morality does the FBA offer? What's your code of ethics?
This is what I see the FBA offers. What it offers is it gives our people a chance for the Israelites, the Christians, the Muslims, and everybody to stand under one thing and understand that who we are. That's what I see that it does for the people. I don't know what nobody else gathered from it. I like to look at what can we, you know what I'm saying? What could positive come out of this thing?
Mm.
Is it something that all us could stand under without worrying about, oh, I'm an Israelite, I'm a Christian, and I'm a this and I'm a that. At the end of the day, when we find out the truth that we are really originally from this continent.
So you're
what I'm saying
that,
is,
let me just, before you, I just want to speak right here. So you're saying that the Christians, the Muslims, the Israelites, everybody come up under the FBA umbrella, understanding that we all foundational Black Americans, and it doesn't matter what you believe. But that didn't answer my question, brother. My question was, you said you want to give something to the youth. I do this, I give something to the youth all the time. And so my question was, what is your code of ethics? What is your morality? Where does that come from under FBA? Because it sounds like the morality comes from the Christian that joins FBA, the Muslim that joins FBA. Like, do you have that?
what I'm saying is what it does for a young Black. What I'm saying is, like the history that I was taught.
Honey, the answer is there is no code. That's why he can't answer the question. He's going off on a tangent. That's the problem I have with this whole movement, this whole entire movement. There is no code of ethics. There is no, because Tariq Nasheed is being a coward and he will not stand up as a leader, the leader that he is, and actually say it's a movement. He'd rather say, no, it's not a movement. Don't want the FBI coming up after me thinking it's a Black movement. I'm the leader and assassinating. Listen, that's coming from fear. How do you start something and then operate in fear the whole time? If I start a movement, I'm going to tell them, yes, I started this movement, and it's a movement, and it's a lineage, and it's everything. I don't understand how the person that goes to the LLC and creates an LLC, FBA, creates a website, FBA, T-shirts, FBA, patent, FBA, but then when it comes down to acknowledging what it is, will say, no, it's just a lineage. I don't understand that. Asian is a lineage. Hispanic is a Latino. There's all kinds of different lineages out here. But the things that they are doing, they're saying that they're a lineage and they're moving as a movement. That's the problem I have. Is it's like you're gaslighting us to our face. It's like a gaslight fest happening, and people are saying that it's not a movement. No, it's just a lineage. And everything I see, if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. It's a fucking duck, bro. Like, stop pretending like that you're not having a movement. If you take a dump in the toilet and then you look down on it and say, no, I didn't have a bowel movement. No, it was just I was just passing gas. No, there's the evidence right there. At the end of the thing, when you look at the toilet, you see it's a movement. You saying, no, I'm just passing gas. Whole turd in the toilet. Say, oh, no, I didn't. That's gaslighting is what it is. And it's narcissistic at best. And then you have other people like spouting off the same kind of rhetoric that, no, it's not a movement. It's a lineage. It's lineage. I don't even think Jesse Jackson fought this hard not to be a movement. Everybody want to talk bad about Jesse Jackson, but he held true to whatever the hell it was that he was trying to do. Whether it was the Rainbow Coalition, whether he was up there, I am somebody, whatever he had to do. He ran for president. Everybody want to talk about Jesse Jackson. At least he ran. Do you think Tariq Nasheed will ever run for president? To me, it's a certain cowardice in starting a movement and then trying to tell everybody and gaslight everybody and pretend like it's not a movement. It's either that or it's a cult. How do you have a group of people that speak the same, say the same thing, have the same talking points that are your talking points, by the way? I mean, there you could start an FBA dictionary if you wanted to of talking points. Tether, delineate, you know, all reparations, and all the other words, you know, psychobabble, whatever they want to say. You know, the people that follow the FBA movement, they all talk the same. It's not. It's very cultish because they probably watch him so much they didn't realize that they were repeating and speaking like him and talking like him, arguing the same way that they see him argue over and over again with different people, and then they use those same talking points. That's a mode of operation at that point. When everybody is all one stepping foot side by side in step with each other to where they're actually mimicking each other and saying the same talking points and saying the same words. But it's not a movement though. So you're trying to play in everybody's face. Is that what's happening? You want to? Everybody's stupid, and you must know everything more than everybody else that's looking at this whole situation and seeing a movement before their eyes. And to me, I think that's out of fear. He does not want to face the fear because you just had Professor Small say about this. Well, it was misinterpreted about him so-called being a CIA. But what he was saying is that the movement, if you don't have a true leader and a true operation, then it can be co-opted by the CIA. That was his point. And we know that these things exist. And instead of us embracing our brother and saying, you know what, good point, because I'm sure that he knows because he's been in those types of situations. He knows a movement when he sees one. But you're going to like play in Professor Small's face, 80 years old, and say, no, it's not a movement. It's a lineage. And I swear it's a lineage is going to play out throughout the entire video. I'm going to get into all type of different things. I'm going to fast forward, but it's very interesting that people want to gaslight. And it's like, you guys, this is gaslighting, you guys. Let's look up the definition of gaslighting first, so you guys can understand what I mean by gaslighting, okay? Because I don't want you guys to think that I'm just being biased towards the Pan-African movement, but let's look up what the word gaslighting. Okay. All right. So gaslighting is a form of psychological manipulation where a person makes someone else question their own reality, memories, and sanity. It's a tactic often used to gain control and can be a sign of emotional abuse. Signs include constantly second guessing yourself, feeling confused or crazy, and having trouble making decisions. So if a person is telling you that they are not running a movement, and you can clearly see that it's a movement, then you begin to question, well, maybe I don't know what a movement is. You're questioning your own intellect. No, it's not a movement, it's a lineage. But everything is pointing to a movement. That is the part that I have an issue with. If it's a movement, let it be a movement. It is what it is. Then you know what? Take the proper precautions for your movement not to be supplanted. But the way it is now, everybody's all over the place. No one has a clear direction. People know that, oh, okay, it could be reparations. Some people could say, no, buck reparation. I mean, if it's a lineage, it could be anything. Anything. One group can say, I like this, potatoes. One person over here can say, I like potatoes. One group over here, I like tomatoes. And now you have all these splinter groups of FBAs sprouting up. Ain't that what happened with most of the movements in any kind of group that happens? Hebrew Israelite is a movement, is a lineage, so-called, from Israel that we're supposedly from. But how many damn groups and knockoff and splinter groups of Hebrew Israelite are there? Because there was no clear direction, or one person felt it should be one way and another person felt like it should be another way. So I get it what Tariq Nasheed is doing. What he wants to do is separate himself. He wanted to create something and not be tied to it because there's so much that goes along with that. If an FBA person decides to hurt somebody and he is the leader of that movement, he goes to he can run the risk of being locked in prison. I get it. Well, then have a clear, make it clear what the understanding of it is. Everybody is saying it's a movement, but they're acting and they're operating as that it's a lineage, but everything is pointing to a movement. Even AI said it's a movement. And all they did was comb the internet, come back with a response. So there's nothing to this. Maybe people don't know what the word movement means. Let's look up what a movement is. What is a movement of people? A physical relocation of individuals, such as a migration, or to a collective coordinated effort to achieve a social or political goal, known as a social movement. People want to pretend like it's a lineage, but then everybody has the same talking points. Reparations. We can't let other people come in. We have to delineate. All these things, talking points of a movement. People that are within movements talk the same. They all have the same rhetoric. Why are we pretending it's not a movement? I don't know. It's crazy. Let's go. What's up, Keon? In the title, okay, I'll do that.
Carmelo Anthony, Trayvon Martin, a lot of people, so-called people that look black in America, that's not really from America, or they're
Shouts out to No Captivity. I did put it up there. I'm sorry, my bad. I didn't know exactly how to do it, so thank you. I just remember. So sorry about that.
The ancestry is not from America. It's not descendants from slavery. They don't have a lot of compassion or as much compassion for the foundation of Black Americans' plight. So I do understand that aspect. And I spoke up for that. I spoke up for that when I joined this panel, right? I did speak up for that because let me tell you something. When it comes to foundational Black Americans, I do believe that we experience the most racism in America. Not saying that other Black Americans adjacent to the foundation of Black Americans don't experience racism.
Man, here's the thing. What about people in South Africa? Apartheid. Why do we pretend like we're the only one to experience racism? Apartheid had to be some of the most worst racism ever. Comparatively, it was equivalent or even worse than the civil rights movement. Where we were getting water hose, they were just getting straight up shot. Okay? I can show you a video. It was a thing where they were doing the toy dance. And if you know what the toy dance is, it's when everybody in protest march, like they just make this loud marching, thing. And just because they were doing that, there would be officers that would shoot them, shoot children, and all type of stuff. So it's like we think that racism is only that we're the only one that experience it. We're the only ones that go through it. And I think that it's because we live in a bubble called Turtle Island. People need to travel outside of like America and see life outside of this continent. So you can see that, listen, racism can get crazy anywhere. Try to go over to Australia and be Aboriginal and tell me what racism is. Try to go over to England and be black and see what racism is. When you have the Arabs and when they're trying to, lately, I think there was like a whole uproar about like the foreigners going into England, and you had like entire upheavals of people. We need to stop thinking that racism and like racial things only happen in America. They do happen in other places. It is not exclusive to America. I just want to just make that plain.
But the racism runs deep all the way from slavery, and people have to understand that. And I do think that people adjacent to Foundation of Black Americans, along with other groups in America, can be very insensitive to a lot of the tragedies that happen to FBA. Shout out to my sister.
No captivity. Super chat.
First super cap of the night. Shout out to Elite Ballet Zoe for the $4 super cap, for the $4 super sticker. Thank you, sis.
No captivity.
First colored up chat we got tonight. Thank you for coloring up the chat, for being the first one to color up the chat.
Can I just say this? No captivity. I love your production. I love like the little super chat. That's been so cool. You know what I'm saying? Like the little things. I gotta like get my chat more, interesting. You know what I'm saying? My stuff be just plain old. But I gotta get my little I gotta do all that stuff. But I ain't there yet.
Chat. If you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either do so by sending a super cap, aka super chat, or a cash cap, aka cash app, to $Freezy no cap. That's $Freezy no cap.
If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna forward a little bit to where to when I'm on there, because, or when the chat gets to heating up, because it's interesting how it kind of got people got to getting mad at me at some point. It was interesting. So like, bro, I really don't mean no harm, guys. When I really mean the best for my people. I really want the best. You know what? Me being a Pan-Africanist and being a person that I started a Pan-African think tank. When I saw Dr. Claude Anderson, I swear to goodness, I'm gonna show you right now. Watch. When Dr. Claude Anderson said that, I immediately created a think tank called PACT, Pan-African Community Think Tank. And this is it. I'm gonna show you. Because I was really hardcore. Like when I say I was serious about trying to do something about what Dr. Claude Anderson said. And I had just had a baby. My friend, Sister Bay, we would be trying to have a meeting. My daughter was up there crying the whole time, and she'd be pushing the baby the whole time while we're trying to have a meeting. I mean, I was really serious. And I had a group, 165 members. We would throw these events. I mean, I was serious, okay, about trying to create like some kind of change in the community. We need to come together, But you know what stopped it is we didn't have enough money. At the end of the day, we had so many great ideas, but we didn't have the money to actually make anything happen. Because as many great ideas as we had, it takes funds to really enact change, But let me just show you some images from the think tank that I did. So when I say that, like, I was down for the cause, honey, I had my pick in my hair. I had my fist raised up high. I was, black power, honey. This is us coming together, trying to come up with ideas. I had like this whole, me being corporate, I was able to put together exercises. People came there, food was being fed. I was really trying to make something happen. And you see, everybody looks so happy, just coming up with great ideas, And this was a certain time frame, the Africa Festival that happened 2018. That was around the time that we put this together, So when I talk about Pan-Africanism, I'm not just a person that you know what I'm saying, talked about it. I literally tried to do it. And people, and I was able to bring people together. The only thing that stopped me was I was broke as hell, and I wish I had the money because we came up with some. Man, we were gonna put together an arcade for our kids to like learn how to do STEM. I had some very powerful people come to this event, and I was so, man, I wish I could have done more. I just didn't have any money. We came, man, you should have seen the ideas coming out of this thing. So it's not like a matter of just me saying this. I tried it. I really, my heart, when I really think about it, is in the right place. You know what I'm saying? My heart is in the right place when I talk about Pan Africanism. And it got really heated on this panel about this whole thing and my ideals. Um, I mean, they pretty much was winning on me a little bit, but let's go into it. We'll play it. I'm about to bring some people up on the panel. But I'm gonna go. I'm gonna skip to the part where I like kind of came in because this is a 6 hour live, and I'm not trying to like. Well, I was up there for at least. I mean, we was up there for a while, so let's go.
If you're playing the video, we can't hear it.
You can't hear it. Okay, let me.
No.
Oh, let me just stop and bring it back. Oh my God! Sometimes this thing will just do its own, have a mind of its own. Let me just bring it back up again. All right. Can you hear it now?
Americans, just like the reservation
Yeah, we hear it.
and grants of money they
Hear
give
it?
We get
in their 23andMe or Ancestry.com DNA sample. It's going to be some tribe or some place in Africa, some European influence, and possibly some Native American. So it doesn't.
It's definitely not as concrete as like you was asking for earlier. Like if you could produce your name on a slave ledger.
Yeah, exactly. No, it doesn't. It has none of that. It's not going to give you any reference of that, Freezy. It's going to go back to what's again against the FBA tenets that they're starting to ease up off of now because they were saying that, oh, we got nothing to do with Africa. Well, damn, did you take elementary school science or social studies? Because there's only 4 races. Okay, all right. Negroid. We know the Negroid race originated in Africa without a doubt. So if you're an FBA person that's trying to deny any attachment to Africa, that in itself says you have either ulterior motive or you're just plain ignorant.
Okay, so someone asked me, why do I think that Tariq went too far regarding Smalls? I'm gonna say this. Professor Smalls is 80 years old. The panel he was on, you can clearly see that this person kind of like took what he said out of context and kind of like made the title say what it said, but that's not what he actually was really trying to say. So for Tariq to just kind of run with the narrative and just not talk to his brother, I mean, if you have a relationship with a person for, I mean, I don't know how many years, at some point as men, they need to like talk that out offline. And even if our elder did that thing and talked about certain stuff in the interview, because that guy kind of like fed a person can ask you a loaded question and then you answer it, and now it seems like you're in agreement. So I would say this: what should have happened is Tariq should have called Professor Smalls and had that conversation direct. As men, that's what I would say. So let's go.
Shout out to our sister DJ Genesis. What's your thoughts, sis?
We can't hear you.
Your mic, you gotta cut your mic on.
We can't hear you.
Let me go.
As we're talking again in the ledger, I was really coming to address the entire movement, and but I really wanted to address what he just said too. Actually, on my 23andMe, it does outline aspects of African tribes, not necessarily African, but in different parts of Africa, Asia, and Europe. But it also breaks down Barbados and Chesapeake Bay African Americans as well. So it breaks it down, and then if I do my heritage, so 23andMe breaks it down from African going to Barbados and then going to Chesapeake Bay, But then if I look up like what my family has put into my heritage in the ledgers, they actually literally say, you know, Virginia, North Carolina, you know, the oldest person in my family. So the DNA and the you know, thing kind of lines up there, you know, when it comes to it. So it does point out what part of America and the Caribbean that they might have gotten shipped to and then sent to because some Africans were shipped from the Caribbean to America. Not all Africans came straight to America. They went Caribbean then. So to point that out, that's number one. Number two is I wanted to just also point out the fact that, like, I mean, I'm not sure if you guys talked about reparations and stuff like that. I just kind of
Go ahead.
this, but I wanted to understand is that if there are any FBAs that are in this audience, if ADOS is more of an organization and FBA is more of a lineage, why would they separate themselves from ADOS, who has an organization that actually has a structure to be able to promote and get the reparations that they're talking about? Why in the beginning was there this down talk about ADOS? And it seems like now there are some FBAs that are embracing ADOS, because now that ADOS has a path forward for reparations. Is that kind of like being like a you know, kind of like that you're jumping on the bandwagon now, when at one point you guys were talking against ADOS, and now it's like, okay, now that they have this whole reparations thing in order, and this thing is only a lineage and not any organization, why wouldn't they have embraced ADOS from the beginning?
Wait, who?
And I think it was a great question. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this. I think that was a very sound question. But I'm gonna tell you what, people get so bent out of shape about this whole lineage thing. This is why I think it's like kind of teetering on cult-like mentality, is because when you say anything about FBA, people get very emotional about this whole thing. Because it's, I guess they feel a certain sense of belonging. They finally found something they could like latch on to, and they get really emotional about it. And you're gonna see that happen. But I do want to address this before I go any further. If Baba Professor Smiles went too far, why didn't anyone else check him? First of all, now I'm 48 years old. Okay, now I grew up a certain way. A lot of this FBA movement is younger people, probably like lesser than millennials, like Z generation. I haven't kept up with the whole generations or whatever, but it's a lot of like younger generations. And I'm gonna tell you this, like with the younger generation, we have lost a certain respect for our elders. And it's almost like a thing where I've even heard when I've had elders on the thing, well, it don't matter if they're elder. Like we've lost respect for our elders. If this person has lived to be 80 years old, why am I going to check a 80-year-old man? He done lived his whole life. He done did what he did when he was our age. He dedicated his life to the movement. What do I look like as a 40-year-old checking a person that's double my age? What does anybody look doing that? I think that people need to like understand their place, you know? We need to get back to the old values of respecting our elders and knowing when it's time to so who to check and who not to check, you know? It's a certain level of just respect that you have for your elders. And I still have that. I don't agree with people thinking, well, hell, if they wrong, but they deserve to be checked, then check, you know? And then they pass on and you wish you would have treated them better. We need to like have better respect for the people that have taken their time to do certain things and if an elder is like in his age and take his time to even talk to us and we have to have respect for that, because these elders, you know what I'm saying, listen, how long does a person live? They maybe might live to be 100, and you want to spend their last time checking them? What does that gain you? You know, I just don't think it's right. I think it's a certain age. You know, you just don't. You could you know, say maybe respectfully or whatever, but checking someone, we need to like, come on, let's all grow up, bro. Without further ado, I'm gonna bring up to the page because I don't want to keep them behind. Welcome to the channel, Pam Mulattoism and Warden. Welcome.
Peace, sis. How you doing?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Oh, it's a brother up here too. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good. Couldn't get any colder outside. Couldn't get any colder.
And I'll get right to it because I don't want to hold the line up. But respectfully, DJ Genesis, earlier when you admitted to being FBA, you knew exactly what FBA meant. Why are you asking in the title if FBA is a hustle as if you don't know what FBA is? You already
Because
admitted to being.
I am covering the show that I did earlier last night on the No Captivity with Freezing podcast. Shout out to No Captivity with Freezing, and that was the title of the show that I was on earlier tonight.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that
No, no, no,
because
no.
I
Hey,
saw.
no, there's nothing. Listen. There's no argument. The reason why I put that there is because I'm covering his show. That's why it says hashtag no captivity with Freezy. This is the exact title he used, and I'm covering his show.
Yes, and I'm not arguing with you. Could we at least agree on that?
We can agree on that, so we can move on
Yeah.
to
So,
this question.
no, well, yeah, exactly. So the point is, hasn't the question been answered already? FBA is a lineage, not a hustle. You already agreed that you're FBA yourself. Are you a hustler?
Just because I said that according to this whole situation, I'd be considered the FBA does not mean that the debate did not and the conversation didn't happen, and I'm not using the title that was there. So either you're going to ask another question and move on, or you're going to be taken down. So I'm
Can I
using
ask?
the title
Go ahead.
that was in the actual thing. I explained that, so that's it.
Yes, and you notice no matter how polite and diplomatic I am, you will find a reason to be disrespectful and rude.
Well,
I'm asking.
because you're
Oh,
asking a
go ahead.
question that's ridiculous. I explain why you still double down on the question.
No,
And
you
so
might not have
there's
heard.
no other way but to be rude when I told you why I said that, why I put that up there, and you're still gonna try to. What are we doing here?
Yeah, you didn't hear my response. You got emotional. My
No,
response
like
was,
I don't like
"Oh,
people
go
trying
ahead."
to like put me in a trick bag. I don't like that. I
I'm
never.
not. I'm not trying to put you in the trick bag. You don't have to be
Listen, I
defensive.
told you why I put that as a title, and that's it. There's
Yeah,
no other.
let's move forward. Let's move forward. The
Ask another
point is,
question.
yes, the question has been answered. You agreed that you're FBA. FBA is not a hustle. You yourself are FBA. You admitted it. We can move forward.
Well, just because you said that's just in the chat, right? In the whole show. Like, what is the purpose of that?
No, you had to be genuine and admit that you know that
I'm
FBA
not.
is not a hustle.
Listen. No, I'm not. Listen. Let me tell you something. I'm not. I'm not a. I told you that same time earlier today, and I could bring the video up. I said I'm a supreme being.
You said you're FBA. You admitted it.
Supreme being. You kept asking the question in different ways, and I said, you know what? Yeah. So bottom
You
line
said you're
is,
FBA. Yes, so you know it's not a hustle.
listen. What I could do is I could bring the actual
Yeah,
line of
please bring it
questioning.
up. Bring it up. I
I
got the
could bring
clip
the
too.
whole line of questioning up because. But the thing is, I'm not going to do that because I'm focused on the show I'm about to do. Bottom line,
Yes.
you're about to get kicked off.
Oh my God.
You
Just for
already know how
telling
it
the
goes over
truth.
here, Pamela. You already know. I don't even know why you're doing this with me
I'm
already.
not being disrespectful. Look at your
It
chat.
doesn't matter whether it's being disrespectful. To me, you're getting on
Uh
my
huh.
goddamn nerves. Because
You got on your own nerves because you put your foot in your mouth
I
and you
didn't put.
admitted your FBA.
All right, bye. Like I said, he asked me why I put the title up the way it was because I'm reviewing the show I did earlier. Period. I'm not playing. I'm not playing no word games and all this like mental gymnastics with you, sir.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
That's irritating. It's like people, him and the other people like to do that. They like to come up here and play this like little game. You so clever. Like, bro, cut it out.
No. I
No, I
came
mean,
on here because I wanted to give an update.
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
I'm actually working on creating us community centers. I'm
Are you,
starting.
that's the bridge in Africa that you were doing, right?
Yeah, but mostly it's more centered towards us and doing more culture centered things for us. But we're adding in Africans along too, where they can come in and learn our cultures and stuff. We do ceremonies things start to do more traditional, start to get ourselves back into more an African based way. And I'm getting some pushback from some people, but I'm just trying not to focus on that. But it's gonna take a minute. But I'm
commend you for the work that you're doing. We actually had a very interesting discussion where they're saying we got into this whole thing about blacks doing business in Africa, and it became a very like controversial topic. And I want you to hear this because this what you're doing and what we talk about. It really, and man, it has. I mean, I'm glad you're here. Let me bring this back up because that's what this is about. People want to make it about everything else and oh, hold on, wait a minute. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Oh my God. I got to give you some much love.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
I'm sorry, I had to like give her some love. Thank you so much. Is it he or she, Black Warrior Spirit? He or she, if you're a female or a male, thank you. I appreciate your contribution because trust me, I don't make money doing this. Trust me. So I'm playing that mantra, just hoping that maybe it'll bring some money towards me. Okay, but let's go into this. Let me play a little more because it got so heated about about doing business in Africa. Let's go into it. Let's go.
Wait, what FBA is talking bad about ADOS?
Can I answer that?
Who are you talking about?
In the very beginning, when they first started talking to FBA, Tariq Nasheed talked it was ADOS was not necessarily an accepted thing. He was talking against ADOS when this whole thing started. Now it seems to be more of accepted. So I want to understand
so you gotta ask the person who was talking bad about ADOS why they were doing it, right? Like you can't ask all of us like we was doing it.
Right. The founder of FBA did it is the point that she's making. So again, as I said, and she proved everything I said, he was hanging around ADOS. He tried to co-opt it. They saw what was happening. So he did an offshoot or a Temu version, Dollar Tree, Dollar General, whatever you want to call it, of the ADOS movement. All he did was show them there's video, all this stuff. The wonderful thing about the internet, people keep talking shit about the internet, keep talking shit about YouTube. The wonderful thing about this shit is it is proof and chronicled. Tariq Nasheed did all these things. You can't be the major Africa pusher and tell all of African American people that you came from Africa and Mansa Musa and Africa this and Africa that for 10 years. Okay, it's called the Hidden Color series. I'm pretty sure y'all heard of it. Then make up this motherfucking movement, organization, whatever you want to call it. That's a direct copy of something that's already established because they wouldn't let you run the play as you try to do, and then deny any attachment to Africa and do nothing but talk negatively about Africa, right? And then say the people that did the ADOS movement is, the real people that are trying to finesse people and they don't this and they don't that and a whole bunch of jokes. But now that enough time has passed and people are starting to call out, hey man, this FBA shit is nothing but a joke. All y'all do is talk shit on the internet and Twitter. That's
And see, here's the thing. See, this guy says wrong. They're only tethers if they work to undermine FBA. That's not true. I can show you plenty of videos of people that's calling people tethers just off rip. Like they'll be talking about something and the person say, well, where are you from? And then they're like, well, no, I'm from America. No, where are you really from? And then, well, I'm from America. No.
Oh yeah, I've been called a tether.
Yeah, like that. This tether has been taking on a whole life of its own. So we need to cut it out like gaslight and pretend like tether has not become its own racial slur that we use against each other.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm a freedman, and I got called a tether. I'm like, what?
Exactly. We need to cut that bull stuff out. Stop it. We need to cut it out with the tether thing. There's exactly. Let's go.
So
Well,
only that's the only action that FBA is doing. Ain't no
it can't
legislation
be
being
a
passed.
joke if it has all of you people that's out of your body talking about us crying everywhere. It can't be a joke. Y'all are mad as hell. Y'all are mad. Because this shouldn't even be a topic.
See, this is like the young when young people become a part of something and they feel like they belong. It's almost like the those high school movies where like the football player, you know what I'm saying, is like, yeah, you want to be a part of the in crowd, you want to be cool, and then he got his like two like flunkies on the side of him, and like, yeah, this is exactly what this.
I put it in a category like these gangs, these new gangs that's pop. Like they be saying they new age Crips. Like, what are you talking about? You're not part of the Crips. You just some stupid kids on this corner. Like what?
You're a tether. Like, bro, you guys are internet. Have y'all even had a get together? Do you guys even, where is the FBA? Where you, like, did y'all even come together and meet each other? The FBA movement, whatever. Oh, it's not a movement, it's a lineage. Y'all need to come together and have a conference first and see who everybody is, because right now it's all online. And so it's almost like what he said. It's very childish. You're a tether. Yeah, just like they had the same thing with the red pill.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the black woman. Yeah, the black woman. The women. It's like, and then you had Kevin Samuels, who was the head of this whole, and he had this, hey, your hair hat, and all the same like talking points. Tommy Soto. So you have like a charismatic leader who's able to talk really good, and he has certain talking points, and everybody just begins to regurgitate the same talking points as them. You're a tether. We need to delineate. The same exact words. No one has come up with anything. I mean, show me an FBA that actually is not spouting the same exact talking points as Tariq Nasheed. That's how you know that you're in a cult. And let me tell you, I have dealt with cults. I have dealt with cults before. I've dealt with Nature Boy and them. When Nature Boy and them said, I love myself. He had people all over the internet. I love myself. Take myself. Or whatever the heck. You know what I'm saying? Peace reflection. You're a tether. We need to delineate. It's the same thing. You guys don't even see it. You're so deep in it, you don't even see that it's like that you're being fed an ideology and it's being so stuck into your mind that and then you're just repeating what someone else says. And it's not an original thought. It's not original. It's like you guys are just becoming like drones.
Yeah, they got no mind of themselves.
You know what I'm saying? You're watching it so much that you sound like a parrot. You're parroting.
Yeah. That's usually how it is, especially today.
People need to realize when they're when they're exhibiting cult-like mentality.
That's why I'm not raising my kids in America. I gotta raise my kids.
If I had every time I got on this thing, and I said the same thing over and over again, every day I said, umbrellas are red. Umbrellas are red. Umbrellas are red. Whatever the fuck, right? And then people that watch my show, like, umbrellas are red, right? You know what I'm saying? And it was shit, umbrellas are red. Shoot, the red umbrella. And people will begin to repeat. But I'm ADHD. You're probably not going to hear the same thing twice from me because I'm all over the place. But if I had enough focus to like really program people to like repeat after me and say the same thing I say, bro, I could do the same thing. I just don't have the attention span to just keep saying, what I'm saying? One moment I'm going to say this, next moment I'm going to say that. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Gemini. I change my mind every 5 seconds. But if I actually was able to focus and just keep repeating over and over again, tether, delineate, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm brainwashing themselves.
Tether, must be tether. And they made a song about it. You eating mud pies.
Well, African booty scratcher.
Yeah, root work.
That'd be it.
Root work, underarm, deodorant. You know, you need that root. Your underarm steak, don't it, tether? It's like, bro, I almost tell you every show that's gonna happen with Tariq Nasheed every time. Hey, how's it going? I can't hear you, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And why are you muting me? Why do I keep getting muted out? I'm not muting you. It's the same thing every fucking time, bro. And you can actually make up a fake scenario and pretty much iterate the same exact talking points. And say everything he's going to say in that situation. Why? Because it's a program. But if people are just so blind to see that they're being programmed, then every time he talks to a person, no matter who it is, he runs the same program each time. And you're laughing. Ha ha ha. He told him. But he tells each person the same way. It's not like a new read he gives each person.
You learn well from white people.
He'll tell the same, oh, okay, bring on the Somalian. Oh, well, you must not be, well, the bushmeat must be, oh, you know, that dust might be all in your eyes, or your speakers or whatever. You must have too much bushmeat around your microphone. You know, whatever. The same quips, the same thing over and over again. And then you hear the audience, when they talk to people, say the same thing on their platform. So now you create like a whole group of people that programmatically would do the same exact thing he's doing. Hey, how's it going? Hey, how are you doing? Oh, okay. And well, you know, I just think this, that, the other, Tariq. So where you from? Oh no, I'm from America. No, not just America. Where are you from? I mean, I could pretty much go down the line of how the conversation goes every time. Because it's the same exact conversation. But people are so brainwashed, they don't even hear that he's just running the same program each time with each person, whether it be TikTok or Twitter. Oh, where are you from? No. You a tether. I know you a tether. You gotta be a musty tether. Musty tether. Am I talking to you? Child, he stopped playing that song. I guess it must, I don't know why he stopped. He used to play that song, had the fake AI people cry for the tethers. Man, bro, I watched I watched it go down. And at some point I begin to feel kind of like, now at some point, that there's people going up there just to like, because they just want to like just go back and forth and play the dozens with him. Yeah, you Americans, blah, blah, blah. And that's just for the kick and the hell of it, just a troll, right? But the people that are watching it are really getting bent out of shape. They really think these people are really saying this and they really believe this. But some people are just getting up there because they want to just talk some shit, just like fucking Mulatto. He likes to come up here and get on my nerves and say little stupid stuff. Yeah, you said you was there. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? He likes to do that shit. Him and Reverend Greenback love to get up here and drive me crazy. And then I kick them off and they come back the next day and do the same shit every day. You know what I'm saying? There's certain people that just like to come up there and just get cussed out by them. You know what I'm saying?
And be being compared to no damn Israelites. The way this shit taking off, it can't be a joke because it ain't a joke to none of y'all. Y'all mad about it.
Anything. Well, hold on. First off, what do you mean taking off? It's being dissected. The problem is it's being challenged.
But it's a joke.
What is there to challenge? Like what's the part that you challenge specifically?
Who's that talking?
That's Marcus.
I think that's Marcus. What's going on?
Marcus? I think I was just very clear. I wanted to understand that if FBA does not have a actual organization, because it says it's just a lineage. That's all it is.
It's a lineage.
Why would they attack an organization that's doing something that actually has a organizational structure that's doing things about this whole called reparations that they tend to like make something about? Yes.
The people in ADOS and the people in FBA are the same people. It's the ADOS would be the American descendants of slaves. FBA was foundational Black Americans. It's the same people. Now, Yvette Carnell has an organization of those people. So it's a smaller subset that actually acts on behalf of the ADOS organization. They have dues, they have meetings, they have memberships, they have things that they actually enact based off of that organization. But the organization is comprised of people of the lineage. It's FBA just stand for the lineage from pre-1860. You can trace your people back. You have no immigrant background, or at least one of your parents.
All right. So someone says FBA vote at 90%. That means they thinking like FBA moving as one doesn't make them a cult. What's the definition of a cult? A cult is a group with extreme or unusual beliefs, often centered on a charismatic leader that may use manipulative or coercive control over members' lives. They are characterized by features such as isolation from outsiders, right? What are they doing? Delineate. Isn't that isolation? We need to isolate ourselves from other groups. We need to delineate. All right? Step one. Suspension of critical judgment. The moment that you challenge the whole FBA movement, what do? They all jump on you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Promotion of total dependency on the group, right? So either it's FBA or die. You know what I'm saying? While some groups are simply developed to a specific personal or ideal in a non-harmful way, the term cult is commonly used to describe groups that engage in harmful and deceptive practices. I would say it's deceptive because they try to gaslight you to pretend like it's a lineage when it's actually a movement, and it's exhibiting the definition of a cult. You know what I'm saying? It's exhibiting cult like traits.
I'll say it's kind of deceptive that they say how they be saying that you're not African.
Yeah, right. They're telling me right now I'm a tether. And honey, I know my damn parents and grandparents and everything came from Ohio and North Carolina and everything, got the pictures to prove it. But they'll call you that just because this. So that means tether has become its own slur that's within this group that they could just use to go against. See, that person's a tether. Don't listen to them. That's what they do in cults, right?
Yep.
Bring up a whole nature boy thing, and they'll say, you know what? I'm here to convict the weak and whatever the hell he says, the convict the sleek and preserve the weak, whatever the hell whatever his thing was. You know what I'm saying? You need to realize. But the thing is, when you're in a cult, you don't see it just yet.
Sure, I wish we had a cult for Pan-Africanism right now, but
FBA doesn't even have one single member in political arena. FBA does not have one single member on the reparations board. Exactly. Because it's a lineage, it's not an organization. That's the problem. How can you exact change if you don't have any organization to get to? And that was the point I was trying to make. How can you make any real change unless your charismatic leader is willing to stand up and say what it is and stand behind it? But I know why he's not doing that is because he knows that with much with much what's the word? With much something becomes much responsible. With much
with great power comes great responsibility.
Exactly. But he ain't trying to really embrace the fact that he has the power. He does not want the responsibility of the power that he is actually doing. He just wants to make it into a joke and pretend like it's I'm just an internet comedian. I'm just over here, blah, 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 blah. But meanwhile, he has everybody up in an uproar and just FBA all over the place. They are just jizzing that FBA all over. And nobody is.
It's that money.
Pause. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? They're just FBAing all over the dang on place. And nobody has control over anything. There's no marching orders. There's no set way to FBA. It's just we're a lineage and that's it.
I'm still waiting on FBA militia.
FBA jesters? Is that what FBA is? FBA clown, like a joke, like a comedian, a comedy act? because that's what it is on TikTok, on different like platforms. What is really FBA? You say it's a lineage, but when I see it on different platforms, it's like a laughing like to Jones on somebody.
That's all it stands for.
Wait. No. Hold on. No. You just contradicted yourself. Which is it? It can't be both. You just
It is
said
both.
no immigrant background. Then you said at least one of your parents. Those two things don't go together.
Yeah, one of your parents. And one of your parents. Listen closely, because maybe you misunderstood. So I'll say it one more time.
Hold on, brother. Again, I'm gonna say what you said. So let me say what you said verbatim. What you
Okay.
said was no immigrant background or at least one of your parents. Is that not what you said verbatim?
No immigrant background for at least one of your parents. You have a link, you're tied to this lineage, meaning you can trace one of your family side to 1860.
But you're tethered in by that.
No, that's not what that means. Do you know what the word tether means? Do you know what the word tether means? Do you know what the word tether means?
Now y'all changing the
A
rules.
person that's what, like using our trying to get our benefits or whatever, and trying to tether to us and take the be mean to us, but actually take the credit. But here's a question: why would we call Haitians and people that's Caribbean tethers? But then there's also if you no, I'm not going to change it. Let's still talk about this. If we're going to talk about Caribbean and we're going to talk about those tethers, why are we so focused on only them and not the 24% of Asians and white people that are going to HBCUs? Well, HBCUs getting merit-based scholarships and going to the black thing and taking and getting free education in that, but they're not tethers and tethering and using the things to their advantage. Do you know that 24% of people that attend HBCUs are of not black descent, whether it's African American, Caribbean, or African or anything, but are Caucasian and Asian?
Yeah.
Okay, you went on a long tirade before I could even respond to what a tether was. Your definition of tether was incorrect.
Anybody could go to an HBCU.
Anybody can go to an HBCU.
Anybody could go to an HBCU.
And on top, anybody could go to an HBCU, and on top of it, they had to market. They had to market.
Nobody said we cool with
out
it.
to other races of people to boost their attendance.
And in order to receive federal funding, you can't isolate and not allow other people in and still receive federal.
Did you see what I was trying to do there? Did you understand what I was trying to actually do there? Could you see what I was trying to get across there when I said, like, listen, if you have people going to an African American college.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
You have an Indian going to a black college now. Wouldn't that be tethering?
Yep.
Wouldn't that be using our resources to better themselves? But you see how they shot that whole thing down and said, no, that's because of they jumped and quick made excuses for that. It's because we hate ourselves, bro. We hate people that look like us, but other people, we make excuses, we make reasons. Oh no, it's because you can't have a school without having other races. Honey, 24% of the school though? Didn't they say something about affirmative action? So we gotta have affirmative action, but they don't. Didn't they get away with affirmative action? Right? Like, so what are we talking about here? Why are we saying that that's cool, but then affirmative action gets destroyed, right? You see how we just sat up there and we just made an excuse? Let me repeat this. Let me show it again, because I'm baffled with this response. Affirmative action just got destroyed. But you're going to make excuses as to why these people can come into our institutes that existed way before these black institutes. We've always had black schools we went to back in the day. Let's go. To their advantage, do you know that 24% of people that attend HBCUs are of not black descent, whether it's African American, Caribbean, or African or anything, but are Caucasian and Asian?
Yeah.
Okay, you went on a long tirade before I could even respond to what a tether was. Your definition of tether was incorrect.
Anybody could go to an HBCU.
Anybody can go to an HBCU.
Anybody could go to an HBCU.
And on top, anybody could go to an HBCU, and on top of it, they had to market.
Poor kids. Can anybody go to a Ivy League university? Can anybody go to a Ivy League university? Does anybody go to one? Why are we just like gonna do a pass on that when they just ended reparations for us? Not reparations. What's that shit called? The fucking affirmative action.
Yeah, affirmative action.
DEI and all this other stuff. But we're just gonna just let that go past. Like, oh no, we it's okay. It's the Caribbeans that need to stop going to the HBCU. They need to stop tethering. We gotta have some Caucasians and Asians there though, according to the government. But they ain't gotta have you over at their school like that. Ain't what are Ivy League's 24% black? Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
Which is in the historically black college. And then they're the first ones that will say that education from a historically black college is not really equal to any other, accredited college, right? That's a black college, right? But then they'll go and get the education from the black college and still get the same opportunities or more than a black person would. But then they'll block and say affirmative action on us when we try to go to their school and say, no, ain't no affirmative. No, it got to be equal. So you don't see that this is like, that's bullshit. You don't see that? I mean, but they just sat there and just jumped to that. Like, no, what do you mean? That's cool. Am I in the Twilight Zone?
Some type of zone.
So, Leah, what do you think about what I just? I mean, am I just tripping? Or am I wrong? Because I'm wrong. I would say I'm wrong.
How y'all doing, peace family? I don't think you're wrong, but you just said something at the very end. Are you in the Twilight Zone? Because that's what I think this movement or whatever they want to call it or don't call it, really no one has committed to anything of what it is, which is suspect to me. Far as them calling people tethers, I think them not having a code or a moral compass or some type of foundation of what they live by. The fact that they are called Foundation Americas, Black Americans. Well, what is that foundation that the organization or the people are moving by? I think the people who started it, the talking points for the FBA, are the ones that really need to be dealt with, because I'm just really hearing this stuff and I've only heard about it through social media. I think one of the problems that this organization, I'm only just using it because I'm not sure what they want to be called or what they go by.
They're a lineage. They're not an organization.
Okay,
They're
lineage.
a
A lineage. So
Whatever
then I would, whatever that means, then I would ask kind of, if I was to really press it, then who's the father and mother of this line, of this seed?
Who's the grandfather of the lineage? Who's the lineage? One grandfather, one grandmother.
That.
Yeah,
when I get the chance.
That's kind of my point. Say it again.
You hit that one on the head.
When I get the chance, I will add on when I can.
Well, honey, we already know you're going to add on. Well, I don't know why you got to just jump in. This is another one of my people that love to get on my nerves. When I get the chance, I'm going to add on. But I already know you're going to add on. That's why I brought you up to add on. Let him finish. Celia, continue. Because some of what you said was getting it was doubling up. So repeat what you said again. Did we lose your audio? Because it was already kind of skipping. Are you there, Celia? Are you there? Are you there? Okay. Go ahead, man, Hata. I know you've been waiting and just rubbing your hands together. Go ahead, child.
Not waiting. I'm just practical. You know, it's common sense over here. Yeah, to answer his question, in Swahili, they would use the term asili. ASILI. And this is dealing with the germination, the seed. And he wants to know who's the father and the mother and the grandfather of the delineation movement. This would be subscribed to Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, rest in peace, and Neely Fuller Jr., rest in peace, along with Dr. Claude Anderson, who's still alive. That's where the seed and the germination comes from. The ideas, their writings. It's not what they said altogether compounding. It's sewing and weaving the lexicon. FBA is a lineage. The delineation movement is a movement. And the code is the leader. The code is, by the way of Neely Fuller Jr., counter racism. That's what people want to push away and just say, oh, it's just some online stuff. And then they fail to realize that it's really offline. And we've been destabilizing all this Pan-African goofy grifting. We shut down the DNC's momentum with their hypnosis that they've had for over 60-something years here on Foundation Black Americans, full-blooded Americans like myself. The children, it gravitates to the children as well. The children are digesting the information with ease. It's not hard to understand. Now, to get on the tethers, the whole mythos of the tethers, that was extracted from Jordan Peele's 2019 movie called Us. And people who have time, they should do some film study on the movie Us. And they'll more understand what's really going on when people are saying tether. The movie Us is far more deeper than the 2017 Get Out. When I mean deeper, I mean there's a lot more layers of intelligence to it. In 1986, there was this movement called Hands Across America. And that is shown in the film, the movie Us, 2019. Hands Across America was a failed initiative in the 80s where people linked hands all across America. I think it was about like 5 million people. But a lot of those donations, those were just swept up in a scam. And so in present day, with these No King protests, it's sort of similar to the outcry of Hands Across America.
So, did you have something to say?
Can you hear
I
me?
didn't understand any of that.
Yeah, I can hear you. Slim. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. What he just said is the clearest that I've heard of an explanation regarding the FBA. Again, I'm just speaking on what I've heard. I haven't heard a unified um or what people have been saying, talking points regarding what it is. It's always been a hearsay. I hear more people who don't subscribe to it speak more about it than the people who it's supposed to be about. And what I was about to say is that I think one of the problems that the FBA, from my observation, has done is kind of put themselves out there with a bunch of people saying that they don't have a code, or they say they live by a code, but they can't identify the code or articulate the code or say what it is that is trying to be done and what is being done to achieve that. In other words, I want to build a building and we're just talking about it. Nobody has presented any ideas of how to do it, no blueprint, no anything. It's just that we want to build a building. Everybody who agree we want to build a building, let's call builder builders. That's what we're going to call ourselves. And that's it. That's all I understand about it.
And every
What
day
this
they
brother
call
just
and
said
say,
was,
we need to build
huh?
buildings. And that's exactly what it is. Every day on Twitter, he would get on the thing, we need to build more buildings. And all these other people that don't want to build buildings, they need to stop uh, being anti-builders. And building buildings is the best building of all the buildings of the world. So bottom line is that that's exactly what's happening. Is that you have a person, but I'm not the leader of the building group. I'm not the lead builder and that builds buildings. I'm just saying that we need to build buildings. We need to become builders. Builders is not like an actual organization. It's just a lineage of people that like to that always have built buildings. There's no
Was
real
that
organization behind building buildings. We just build buildings. Well, honey, what the fuck is that, bro?
So that's one of the things that a lot of people say. For instance, if I flash back as a younger man, I'd read books that were Pan-African or African nationalism, and I would digest the information. And the one thing that comes across time and time again is what you just said, sister DJ Genesis, is building and nation building. The exact words is something that the Pan-African has moved away from. They moved away from all that.
Did they move where? Did they get old as fuck? Like, here's the thing.
No, they moved away from it.
Did they move away from it, or did they get old and die?
So the Pan Africans right now, they're trying to they try to sound like almost like they're FBA. Proud, full-blooded Americans. They almost trying to sound like us at times, because how now they're
Why
wound
is there
up.
a separation
They're
between,
turned up.
if FBA is a lineage, why is there a separation between Pan-Africanism and FBA?
Pan-African, okay, that's a great question, sister. First and foremost, Pan-African as we know it, we're all from the 1900s, who's on the panel, I would imagine, right? And so modern day Pan-Africanism in the 20th century, as we would know it, comes from by way of Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of Ghana. He went to school at an HBCU called Lincoln University, where he was pals with Richard Wright, things of that nature. What I'm getting at is, when he was installed, after he graduated from Lincoln University, he was installed as the first president of Ghana. See, that's the lineage with Pan-Africanism as we know it. And then shortly later on, they moved their headquarters from Pan-Africanism from Ghana to South Africa. And so South Africa now, that lineage of Pan-Africanism as we would know it, that's Nelson Mandela's Nelson Mandela is not the same Nelson Mandela that we know from the 1980s and stuff like that. That man who went to Robertson Island was killed. The man that was released and installed as president of South Africa, this is where Pan-Africanism has truly failed.
How is that Pan-Africanism?
He was advocate. Okay, how's Nelson Mandela? You're saying Nelson Mandela was not a Pan-Africanist?
In his main overall stance? Nah, not really.
Yeah, he was definitely a Pan-Africanism.
He
So
was
what I'm
more
saying is that it
peaceful
got
being with the white man. He was more into integration, but
exactly. So what we see now, all right, we can see now that a lot of people who were early Pan-Africans, hardcore notable pioneers in the 20th century, I'm saying circa 1970s, circa 1980s, these people who had not been assassinated, these people now who have taken over, these people are so compromised, and there's compromise of greed.
did you know that Captain Traore is 36 and puts him exactly where we are?
36, sir? One more time?
Yes, he's a millennial.
He's a younger man. I'm not too far off of him. If he was a FBA, we probably watch the same television channels as each other, but he's not. And he's all alone over there. That's problematic.
No, he has also Mali and Niger,
He's
which are
all
his only
alone, sir.
neighboring states.
Yeah. He is definitely all alone, sir.
How's having two neighboring countries all alone?
That's a great question. One thing that the pathology of Africans on the continent with neighboring countries is always been kind of like this. If there's a fire in Togo, the neighboring country, such as Guinea-Bissau, they would look at Togo and be like, "Oh, there's a fire. I wonder what happened over there." And they will not.
Bissau just had a coup.
They will not. They will close their eyes and say, "It can't. The fire can never spread over here." And that's exactly what happens every time with the Africans on the continent. They look at their neighboring countries and something bad is going on. They ignore it, thinking that they're better than their neighboring country.
So isn't that the point of Pan-Africanism, for the Africans to actually not ignore it, and that if they see their other country on fire, that they say, well, you know what? I don't want the fire to come over here, and I don't want my brothers and sisters next to me to be on fire, so we need to help them with the fire. Isn't that the point of Pan-Africanism?
Right.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the neighboring countries are doing.
It just doesn't, they don't apply it. They don't apply it. They're not, they don't.
Who do you think Captain Ibrahim Traore is? Do you think he's just not doing anything, or you think what is going on in there?
I'm not going to say he's okay. Thank you, sir. I think he's charismatic. I think he's charismatic optically with the visuals. He has this throwback nature of Thomas Sankara. However, to say that he's ready to be the number one contender would put him in a dangerous situation.
Number one contender for what?
For Emperor of Africa.
We don't have that here.
Who's
That's not a
trying to
thing.
become the emperor of Africa? Listen.
Right. That's not a thing. We don't do emperors.
See,
and all that emperor stuff is not a thing. That king's no.
Haile Selassie, he was the emperor.
Oh my God.
He was the last emperor of Africa.
No, he was not.
Ethiopia.
Right.
The last king of
Africa. Ethiopia.
And sir, and then the next one who tried that was the next one who tried that was the brother Omar Gaddafi out that way.
You know what? Let me say this. Hold on. Let me just put this out here.
Mercy.
That is the reason why there is so much misunderstandings between the FBA and Pan-Africanism, is because people are over here generalizing things, not understanding what the true thing is. They won't go over there to find out. So all they could do is watch on TV and then or watch on YouTube and then come up with a decision on what they think is going on. They're ear hustling off of YouTube, and they think that they come up with a opinion about something that you ain't never got on the plane and went over there to see for yourself. The difference between Pan-Africanism and FBA is that we say, well, I'm not going to generalize. I'm going to take my ass on a plane and go over there and see what's going on and see what the real deal is. And I'm not going to generalize about it and just pretend like I know something. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So, Leah, what's up? What do you want to say?
Yeah, that's kind of my point with speaking on the topic of FBA. I hear so many people speak on it more than the people who are part of it. And that's why I kind of give kudos to this brother here. This Reb, right? This who you call Reb? Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
but
yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I mean, what would you like to be called?
No, I was gonna say offline, I'm just an ordinary brother from the United States who's proud. That's it.
So if I was to see you, what would you want to be called? What would I say?
You'll probably never see me offline, but I'll call you sir, and I'll call you that's all, and I would think likewise.
So great, good enough. So we're gonna sir here has articulated the best I've heard, because I mean I do have questions that I'd rather get to have questions from people who actually is sound in what the movement is. If it's even a movement, I'm only going by the talking points I hear just being put out there, because I believe again that the organization hadn't I'm gonna say this. I think that they went online too soon without having a plan of strategy in what it is, and having everybody else on outside of them to explain or at least articulate or talk about what they are. So again, he's explained it the best that I've heard regarding this topic.
I would agree with you that he's a very good orator. He knows how to take time to explain things, and this is not the first time I've heard this explanation of what FBA is from him. The only problem is that why is it okay? So if he was the leader of FBA, then and everybody was talking his talking point, then I'd say kudos to FBA. But what they're not talking his talking point, they're talking Tariq Nasheed's talking point, which is Quippy, Tether, and Musty, and blah blah blah, and like this trolling type of this is not how he talks is not how the leader, or even though he says there is no leader, but the main person that is the creator of it, when you hear him talking, He's not speaking the same thing as this guy is talking. That's the problem I'm having. Let's listen to Hannah real quick and let's hear other FBAs discuss the FBA movement, so you can actually hear it from other FBAs that are not as good as he is at explaining what it is. Let's go.
They had to market.
Nobody
they had
said
to
we
market
cool with
out
it.
to other races of people to boost their attendance. Because
And in order to receive federal funding, you can't isolate and not allow other people in and still receive federal funding. The HBCU money Trump gave, that Biden gave, that they consistently giving, you have to allow access to other nationalities, and you can't segregate based off of those things and still receive federal funding. But the thing about Tether is this: Tether isn't just anybody that comes from the Caribbean, anybody that comes from Africa. There are people that come from Africa that's good people and they move to America and they not tethers. There's people that come from the Caribbean that's good people that move to America and that's not tethers. To be a tether, you have to actively identify as a Black American not being one, and undermine or try to attack or do dastardly deeds, for lack of a better word, to affect us. It's not just because you move here.
It has to be the combination of the two.
A tether is an action. Yes, it's an action. You have to do something. Pretending to be us would make you a tether, and doing something, to harm us would make you a tether. So you could be a tether either way.
So can you be a tether if you're African American? Because they call
If you're a Black American, you just be a coon. If you just attacking the lineage, you just be a coon.
No. See, we're not gonna let this happen. So again, the being at the founder of FBA, and I think the copyright.
How can you found the lineage? How can you found the lineage?
Come on, brother. Well, yes, the hell you can, because the FBA exists before Tariq Nasheed.
No.
No, let him answer.
He didn't found the people. He created a name.
Ask you the question.
He created a name. Again, what am I saying FBA is? Hold on, I'm answering the question. What am I saying FBA is? Is it
the question? Did FBA exist before Tariq Nasheed? Yes or no?
The people definitely existed.
Oh, you didn't.
The people that, bro,
hold on.
The people who are FBA did not exist before Tariq Nasheed. Is that what you're saying?
Brother, what I'm saying is this, okay? In order for a thing to exist, it must be named, it must be qualified, it must be recognized, okay? How old are you, bro? If you don't mind me asking.
42. 42.
All right. Out of your 42 years of living, at what age did you call yourself FBA?
The last 5 to 6 years. Like I said, the name. I wasn't created 5 years ago. The name.
But you proving the point, though. You proving the point.
No, I'm actually not. At what age did you start calling yourself African American? Hold on. No. At what age did you start calling yourself African American? At what age did you start calling yourself African American?
As soon as I had to fill out the first form of my I think we called it the Iowa Test of Basic Skills, the ITBS test.
Yeah.
Okay, what age did your grandparents start calling themselves African American?
I have my grandparents.
Your grandparents.
That wasn't the term. That wasn't the term they was using back then.
But those people still existed, right?
That's the point.
Those people still existed, right?
No.
That's the point I'm making.
No, that's not the point you're making.
That's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making.
Oh, brother. The problem with it is this, though. The problem with your poor analogy, your poor attempt to prove your point.
No, that was
is
great, Marcus.
No, it's horrible. Again, you don't need the cheerleader.
I know.
Hold on. So let me tell you why. Right?
Okay.
All African Americans, Black or whatever, were classified as this, not a subset. Okay. And as the brother was talking about, hold on, bro. You asked the question. Let me answer it. As the brother was talking about earlier, it is a nationally, federally, legally recognized classification. That's the difference. FBA is some shit, like I said. Everybody don't claim, everybody don't even know about this FBA shit. Okay. So you can't say something that most people don't identify with, don't claim to be, is the same as the name being changed from Black to African American or Afro American or whatever. Try again.
Okay, so to answer that, hold on. I got to answer for all of that. So initially, when the name African American was changed, it was a big uproar, especially among entertainers, right? I think it was Smokey Robinson, I believe, who was even making poems in regards to they did not want to be have their name changed to African American.
Oh, brother, don't lie to the people.
I'm lying.
70 years old when he did that damn poem, brother. Stop it.
So does the poem exist? Does the poem exist?
Does that matter?
Does the poem exist? Does it exist?
He was 70 years old.
Let me ask you. So where is the lie? I'm saying that people who used to be called something else are objecting to being. I'm saying people who used to be called something else are objecting to being called African Americans. Does that exist? Yes or no? Because you just said everybody calls themselves African American. If they're elders who object,
that is not what he said. See, this is the thing. When they have this argument, they move the goalposts because that's not what he said. And that's why I wanted to bring this back.
Stop it.
So it did the poem does the poem exist?
Let me go back a little further. Watch
Oh my brother, stop it.
So okay.
All African Americans, black or whatever, were classified as this, not a subsect. Okay. And as the brother was talking about, hold on, bro. You asked the question. Let me answer it.
Now I want you to hear what he says, and then I want you to see how he then changes up what he just said. Because this is the thing: when people are arguing, they don't even hear their own self. Go ahead.
As the brother was talking about earlier, it is a nationally, federally, legally recognized classification.
Speaking of African American,
that's the difference. FBA some shit, like I said, everybody don't claim, everybody don't even know about this FBA shit. Okay, so you can't say something that most people don't identify with, don't claim to be, is the same as the name being changed from black to African American or Afro American or whatever.
And we also need to understand that there are 43 million people in America, and how many people, maybe 100,000, are keen to what FBA is
again.
Okay, so to answer that, hold on. I got an answer for all of that. So initially, when the name African American was changed, it was a big uproar, especially among entertainers, right? I think.
So he said initially, when the word African American came, it was entertainers, and he says I think it was Smokey Robinson that made a poem about it. He said initially. Then the guy said, "Stop lying. That only recently happened," and he says, "Well, did it happen?" So you understand that's a crazy. What are we doing here? That's not a real argument. It's a strong. That's a logical fallacy right there. Let's go.
I think it was Smokey Robinson, I believe, who was even making poems in regards to they did not want to be have their name changed to African American.
He said initially, he said Smokey Robinson was making poems. So he said initially when it came out, entertainers, and I think it was Smokey Robinson made a poem about it. He said, "Stop it, don't lie. That was something that recently happened," or whatever. And he said, "Well, did it happen though?" How can you argue that? It's like, how can someone argue with a person that's gonna say, "Well, no, did it happen though?" Like, no, that's not the point. You said initially. That's what I'm saying. How can you argue with people that are moving the goalposts like this? Let's go.
Oh, brother, don't lie to the people.
I'm lying.
70 years old when he did that damn poem, brother. Stop it.
So it did the poem does the poem exist? Does the poem exist?
Does
the poem exist? Does it exist?
He was 70 years old.
Let me ask you. So where is the lie? I'm saying that people who used to be called something else are objecting to being. I'm saying people who used to be called something else are objecting to being called African Americans.
It might be called. It might not be a lie, but it is definitely a logical fallacy. And I'm going to get a thing about your logical fallacy and begin to point out logical fallacy. Because I'm tired of the logical fallacies that happen in arguments. Let's go.
Does that exist? Yes or no? Because you just said everybody calls themselves African American. If they're elders who object to that, then that mutes your point. Is that not a fair assessment?
For one brother, it's not mute.
Yes, they always do this. Start deflecting.
Hold on, I gotta educate my brother so he don't sound ignorant when he has these conversations. Moot, brother.
MOOT. Okay, keep going. Keep going.
TE. Okay. Now, secondly,
I'm just telling you. Keep going.
They're missing each other, right? Because what's being challenged here is the time, and the time matters. Just like the whole FBA arc, as you got in your name, FBA before 1860. Time definitely matters here. Okay. So what I'm saying is you can't be FBA before 1860 because in 1860 FBA didn't fucking exist.
So if the term for black, so could I have been African American before 1860?
No, exactly. No,
that's the same point.
You want to? Okay, so at the end of the day, you know what? You know what? Something that's never stopped being Negro. How about that? Negro has never changed.
Well, actually, black was used. Negro. It went from what? Colored, Negro, black, African American to potentially FBA will be the nationally recognized name or whatever we decide. But that doesn't invalidate what the reason for it is.
Tell me what form the FBA is on. Give me any type of documentation, any type of paperwork to where you have to classify as FBA.
The terminology is fairly recent. The terminology is fairly recent.
So say fantastic. You're right. This shit didn't exist 5 years ago.
No, because the people existed. The terminology. Like, where am I missing you with this? The terminology is fairly new. The people always existed.
It hasn't.
All right, go ahead.
Who wants to go?
I think Warden was trying to say something. Go ahead, Warden.
No, at this point, they don't really have anything important that they want to contribute to basically our people. So I already said what I was doing, and I'm starting with community centers that I'm trying to build all over the country to bridge a gap to our people and the continent. So I don't know what they're doing, but
I'm going about to forward this a little bit into when I get into discussing that. Let me go into the business discussion because let me see what he points. Is that me? He's pointing at no, because I want to get into that because I think that this is where the conversation gets really interesting. So.
I have to come back up. I'll be back. Got to switch devices.
Saying that your race is black, that you are actually removing yourself from anything of like, what are you talking about? Black is
now you're doing that Moorish. That come on now. I'm not about to sit here and do Black's Law or what is the shit.
Let's go into. Let's see. I'm trying to find the part where I like this. Here we go.
So when I just pick a person out and say, well, is this person that's in jail, that's a murderer, that's FBA, does he represent FBA? It's like,
you know, the problem. I'll explain the problem with that. The problem, you made the point. I understood what you were saying. Now, let me explain what I'm talking about. Now,
the people fantastic. Go ahead, Mark.
The people from Nigeria, where did they initially come from? Where did they migrate from in Africa? Anybody know?
No.
Where in Africa?
Prove your point. I'll answer questions.
Hold on.
Just make a statement.
Nubia.
Okay.
No, don't deflect, fantastic.
The Nigerians came from Nubia.
Where did the people from Nigeria initially come from?
Now Valley, Nubia.
Just make a case to prove your case.
Okay, well, we can't.
Ask you no question.
Hold on, wait. I think
Nigeria is a
answer.
European word. It's a European.
Okay, where did they come from?
Go ahead, fantastic.
Nigeria is a European word. It's not even...
Genesis, I got it. So the problem with your question, brother, is a loaded question, is a leading question, it's a relevant question. When all of this stuff happened, there was no Nigeria, there was no Ghana, there was no anything. We're talking about before Africa was even colonized to the point of what we know it is now. Okay. So that's why even whatever you suspect or you tell, that's why they tell you sub-Saharan, and then they may have East African or West African, North African, so on and so forth, blah, 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 when you get into these things. Because those nation states that you're talking about didn't exist
before that. So one, you're correct, right? That we would not identify as anything over there. One, that's one point. But the initial point I was making was if life is supposed to have started around East Africa, then the people in Nigeria would just be called East Africans, but they're not. And there's a specific reason. They became a new group of people. We are a new group of people. The DNA admixture that creates us is only found here.
Yeah, but hold on. Keyword admixture.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with you.
You are disagreeing because you're purposely denying your attachment to Africa. You are Negroid, brother. Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Aboriginal. Okay.
The man who is race a social construct?
No, race.
The man who created race. Okay, all right, go ahead.
Race is actually phenotypical and genetic, brother. That's what it is. Not social construct. I'm not talking about black and white. Black and white are social construct. Shout out to C. Rich, right? That's why I said Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, Aboriginal. That is genetic science.
And the man who created those terms, what did he say in regards to using those classification systems?
Brother, regardless of who created it.
What did he say? What did he say? Let's go to the founder. What did the founder say?
What do you mean? What did he say?
He said that those are, hold on, I'm going to pull it up.
How can you
while you pulling it up, go ahead, Genesis.
So my question is that, okay, now just like I said, once again, we're talking about a so-called lineage, and then we're talking about organizations, right? Yeah, I would say so-called because when you talk about black or whatever, like this was something that the Europeans called us black, and that was given to us by them. And the thing is that we're not going to take that and then label ourselves that and take on that nomenclature because that's who started that, just to identify people of African descent as black. That's how that name.
What do you identify as? So I understand what I'm. No, please tell me who you identify as. So I understand what you're doing.
I identify as African American. So, but I'm gonna say this. But hold on, stop. Let me finish this. My question.
The logic don't be logicking for me.
Well,
then
it
you're
doesn't
taking
matter.
away from that
Hold
white
on,
people gave
I'm not
you.
done. I'm
You're
not done.
calling
I'm not
yourself
done.
the
No,
same
African
thing.
American is what is on the paper, so I go with
This is
that.
what white people put on the paper for you to check in the
No,
box.
when I have to identify myself, I identify with the government thing, so I could.
The white government told you to call
Right.
yourself.
Okay. Well. Anyway,
But you mad at black people for coming up with their own terms?
Okay. Why can't you control yourself while I finish what I'm saying?
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that okay, if you have the ADOS movement, which is an organization, you have Pan-Africanism, which is an organization that started in the 60s, and both of these things have been around. The ADOS before FBA. Why would you want to put down two movements? One movement that has existed and have done things, including things in Africa and here and abroad, and downplay that and say that and diss the people by saying that this movement is dead. That movement. And they consider themselves a movement, the Pan-Africanist movement, the ADOS organization. Why, when FBA is a lineage, would you not embrace both movements and be able to understand that there's both things should be respected if it is a thing that is created by people of the lineage? The people that started the Pan-African movements are from the so-called FBA lineage. Why is there now a disrespect to the ancestors and elders who actually coined that movement and actually like ADOS movement that coined that movement, people that took the time out to make it into a movement when there is no movement tied to FBA so it's crushing these other movements just for a lineage that has no organization. So I don't understand the thought pattern of the FBA people that are saying it's a lineage, because and here's the thing, the disorganization of it all, because you have some people that'll be for ADOS, that's FBA. You'll have some that are against it. You'll have some no, everybody's against Pan-Africanism, that's FBA. And the bottom line is that both of these movements did things in the community and in the culture. The Pan-African movements did things for the culture in America. So why is there such a disrespect for movements when FBA is not a movement and there's nothing behind it of I would say stature that would actually like an organization to back it up?
We get the question, girl. We understand.
All right. So now ADOS, like I said earlier, some people, since FBA is a lineage, we're gonna have different ideologies and thought. You're addressing it as if it's an ideology and we all believe the same thing. Me and Venus would disagree on something. Me and Freezy would disagree on something, but that don't change that we are a people, a specific group of people. Now, ADOS, I support what they got going on. I have no issue with that. And I'm not a paying member for that because I don't pay to exist as part of a foundation of Black America. So I'm just not supporting it and not getting behind it. And I support it, but I'm not a paying member is my stance on that. When it comes to Pan-Africanism, I mean, Pan-Africanism is the scam and wool that's been pulled over our people's eyes. Marcus Garvey got arrested for fraud, right? And had our people looking crazy, took all that money, had no like you are you familiar with everything that happened with Garvey?
So what about the other people? Pan-Africanism is not just only Garvey. What about Muhammad Ali? What about Malcolm X? What about all the other people that like were a part of like that Pan-African movement? That was just that just like FBA is getting wings of its own and different people are doing, the Pan-African movement did the same thing. So why is it such a disrespect toward that movement when there's no movement behind FBA? If FBA had a movement behind it, I can see where there would be contention, but FBA is a lineage. They should not be talking about movements.
We can talk about anything we want. We are a group of people. I said we don't have the same ideology. So let me ask you this: would Umar be the representation of Pan-Africanism?
He would be one of them. Yeah, I mean,
what did I say the Pan-Africanism was? Smitty, can you inform me why you just laugh like that? Because I think you get the point I'm hinting at.
So there's people that are FBA that are scammers. So would you say that
is true?
There's FBA people that are murderers that are in prison and stuff like that right now.
But it's not an ideology that we're paying into.
So when I just pick a person out and say, well, is this person that's in jail that's a murderer, that's FBA? Does he represent FBA? It's like,
the problem. All right, I'll explain the problem with that. The problem is if we were an ideology or a movement, then you could say, yeah, this is something that FBA believes. So we're fine with people doing whatever the person that landed in jail believes. You told me Pan-Africanism was a movement. So I'm asking you, is the ideology in line with what Umar is doing? It's two different things. I'm saying we have people that exist. You're saying a movement.
Just like you have people that are FBA that are, even though they say it's just a lineage, they're acting like it's a movement. Even though they're saying it's a lineage, people will say
Genesis,
it's a lineage, but they're doing everything to act like a movement.
Genesis, the Pan-African, people across the diaspora benefit from Black Americans.
You might be breaking up. That might be
more than we benefit from them. So what are they doing for Black Americans? How do they benefit us? Can you answer that question? Since you seem to be a Pan-Africanist, I could see that. How are these other groups across the diaspora, how are they helping or benefiting Black Americans? Go answer that question.
Oh, so what they're doing is that they're actually opening up things in Africa, and people are able to go over to Africa. There's actually expat communities when you go over there that help you to like get land and everything like that in Africa, so that you're not only beholden to just America. You can actually have dual citizenship that are working in that frame, working with African countries to get and solidify dual citizenship. You have some organizations like the Olatunji Village that have worked with the United Nations in trying to get the Olatunji Village.
All right, well, we don't want to go to Africa, so what about America?
You're speaking for everybody.
What they do in America?
Her question was, what does it do to benefit Americans?
There's 43 million.
Right, but we ain't going to Africa.
My question is, what do they do to benefit us?
And Genesis, with those programs you discussed, do they expect Black Americans to bring them money, or are they trying to put money in Black Americans' pocket?
I thought it was just a lineage. So now you just spoke for an entire lineage and said that we ain't doing something. 43 million people, 43 million Black people in America. You're gonna say what we ain't doing. That's telling us that you guys are being disingenuous about it being a movement.
Just real quick.
You gonna answer the question. No, people in the Pan-African movement have done plenty of things.
They be so mad at the FBA. Look at the crash out. They be so mad.
It's sad. So I explained what people have done, and she says I answer the question.
Exactly.
I answered the question, and she says answer the question. Like, bro, I answered the question.
They don't want to listen. This is it. That's just how it is.
There's people in the expat community. If you don't want to live here, there's people that went over there. They set things up. You can like move over there. They get the research, find out. Okay, this is what you got to do to come over here. If you don't want to be over there, boom. This is how you get your dual citizenship. This is what you do. Answer the question. You didn't answer the question. You're not listening. You know what I'm saying?
So I know a woman over in Ghana that has a 400 home community. She's African American.
Great. This video, when was it posted originally?
It was last night. Actually, this morning at 3:00. So this is. So
I mean, well, when so
I
it was.
still haven't been asleep since it. I've been up all day.
Okay, so this was taken
It
yesterday.
ended at 3:00 in the morning. So this was like in the middle of the night. So it was like
Okay, that's. So I want to be clear on current events. This month, dual citizenship will end.
Yeah, that does get mentioned. So yeah, that does get brought up.
So also I was going to say
no, only in Ohio. I don't know if it's happening in other countries.
it's going to be universally eventually. So this time, today is December 3rd, 2025.
Let's keep going.
What I'm saying is this:
You had Dr. Joseph Benyakon, you had Dr. Henry Clark, you had all of these.
No, because I want to hear people.
Yeah, so like I was saying, by this time next year, in 2026,
dual citizenship.
There isn't going to be any more Pan-African and travels. Trust me.
There's not going to be no travel, so we're not be able to go to Africa.
There is not going to be none of this stuff that people are dreaming about. There's not.
Okay, all right. Let me continue
bookmark what I said.
I'll bookmark it, but I don't think that that's feasible because business is business. Hold on one second. Let's go.
He would be one of the yeah. I mean,
what did I say the Pan-Africanism was? Smitty, can you inform me why you just laugh like that? Because I think you get the point I'm hinting at.
So there's people that are FBA that are scammers. So would you say that
is true?
There's FBA people that are murderers that are in prison and stuff like that right now.
But it's not an ideology that we're paying into.
So when I just pick up
benefiting Black Americans, go answer that question.
Oh, so what they're doing is that they're actually opening up things in Africa, and people are able to go over to Africa. There's actually expat communities when you go over there that help you to like get land and everything like that in Africa, so that you're not only beholden to just America. You can actually have dual citizenship that are working in that frame, working with African countries to get and solidify dual citizenship. You have some organizations like the Olatunji Village that have worked with the United Nations in trying to get the Olatunji Village.
All right, well, we don't want to go to Africa, so what about America?
You speaking for everybody?
What they do in America?
Her question was, what does it do to benefit Americans?
There's 43 million.
Right, but we ain't going to Africa.
My question is, what do they do to benefit us?
And Genesis, with those programs we discussed, do they Do they expect Black Americans to bring them money, or are they trying to put money in Black Americans' pocket?
I thought it was just a lineage. So now you just spoke for an entire lineage and said that we ain't doing something. 43 million people, 43 million Black people in America. You're gonna say what we ain't doing. That's telling us that you guys are being disingenuous about it being a movement.
Nope, we're not doing it.
I mean, no, people in the Pan African movement have done plenty of things.
They be so mad at the FBA. Look at the crash out. They be so mad.
The Pan African movement have done things within the community. Where that's where you had Dr. Yosef Ben Yakanan, you had Dr. Henry Clark, you had all of these scholars that were teaching us about who we really are.
Salute to those gentlemen.
They didn't do nothing. Okay, whatever.
It's really important that
opening up, teaching us about bringing people, doing tours, all this stuff of Egypt. They did plenty for things.
But
you think it only had to be done here for it to matter?
Jesus Christ. So the most important part, Genesis, I don't even know why you're making this argument. Tariq Nasheed was the biggest fucking Pan-Africanist. Tariq Nasheed is a documented Pan-Africanist. What the fuck are we talking about? Okay. So first, if you know that, why y'all trying to shit on it? So hold on. So the first one. Why y'all keep cutting people off? I ain't said I was muted and I ain't say that on purpose. I purposely shut the fuck up while everybody was talking. Okay. The foundational Black American FBA movement is a political and social ideology primarily advocated by filmmaker and internet personality Tariq Nasheed. The movement argues for the specific recognition and prioritization of the descendants of enslaved people in the United States as a distinct ethnic group with a unique lineage, culture, and claim to reparations. Keyword: movement.
It's a lineage. I think they can say movement. You saying it's a movement. She's saying it's a movement. So somebody wrote it's a movement. It's not a movement. It's a lineage.
Brother, now, how are you going to jump over the fact that I read lineage? I know you heard me say it. I never denied it was a lineage. You, though, are trying to deny that it's a movement when it has political ideology. What you mean because?
What's all FBA's political ideology?
Reparations is the main thing.
They're FBA who don't want. They're FBA who don't, let me finish. They're FBAs who don't want reparations.
Okay, we didn't say some. We talking about the most. You asked me the question, and I told you the main political and the only political ideology that FBAs have is reparations. Cut the check.
And do the people who don't believe in that, are they still FBA?
Brother, you keep running from everything I say. It's crazy.
I'm asking you. Wait, freeze. I mean, fantastic. Were your people? Were both sides of your family?
So you do this. You're the subject matter expert. So you know what? I'm gonna let you. Since I'm ignorant, I don't know what I'm talking about. How about you tell us the political ideology and the political points of the FBA movement? Go.
What? I'll answer like this. It's a lineage. It's a group of people. There's no political ideology. What is the political ideology of all the niggas from the Senegal? What's the Senegalese political ideology?
We're not talking about Senegalese people. Senegalese people in Senegal. We talk about FBA.
Okay. Do you understand the point?
Brother, I think you might be a tether, brother, because you acting like who's
fantastic. Let me ask you this. Fantastic. Do your people trace back to America? Fantastic. Do your people trace back to American chattel slavery?
Yes.
On both sides?
Yes.
I thought you was a tether for a long time.
You
proved the point then. You proved the point. Because I agree with a lot of shit you be saying.
No, you're a liar.
According to the certain person on this panel, because I don't agree with a whole bunch of FBA bullshit, I can't be.
Shout out to Franklin White. Shout out to Georgia Rose.
Fantastic. Okay, fantastic. What's the racial slur that you usually get called?
What?
You know it. Begin with a C, end with an S. Or it's an N. Yeah.
What is it?
It's begin with a C, end with an N, right? I've heard people call you that before. Right. Hold on. Yeah, when I first started speaking, I said a FBA can't be a tether. The person that disagrees would be a what? That means that people don't agree in general with most of us, but they're still FBA.
Yeah, but why
I said that when I initially got on.
So me simply saying, and basically this whole night, me putting belt to ass and breaking all this shit down to how it makes
belt to ass.
Troll movement
young kids run away from that.
African who was an African motherfucking promoter who made a whole bunch of fucking videos and documentaries about Africa to motherfucking go and again try to co-opt the ADOS movement, make a motherfucking bullshit copy of the same movement. Call everybody tethers and say people from Africa, and then say, "Oh, we not from Africa." Then change it over time as most shit gets there, and then say reparations. But now reparations is not a political fucking thing, even though we know there's been a bill for fucking reparations for over 30 years. Now you saying somehow some way that reparations ain't political though. Brother, what are we doing? You just like your leader, brother.
So all right. So one, Tyreek Nasheed is not my leader. You can't be a leader of a lineage. Again, I repeat, you cannot be the leader of a lineage.
Before you go, Mark, let me read a couple of these super
Yeah.
Shout out to I said 2 times for the $2. She said, if your family found on the 1870 census, you are FBA.
No captivity. Super chat.
Shout out to my brother Fantastic for the $20 super
I
cap.
agree
He
with
said
you,
panel fee.
sir,
Great
Mr. 1985.
All right, so while he's doing the super chats, let's go ahead, man in the high castle, then Warden. Go ahead.
I agree with the people who are listening, who are proud, full-blooded Americans, just like myself. I'm not alone on this panel. I'm not alone on this channel. We are mobilized. Our offspring are mobilized. We're proud to be full-blood Americans, foundational Black Americans, and what we're about to see in the very near future, I mean, under 90 days is this. All right. We're going to see a census of more documentations being specific on, say, for instance, your FAFSA forms for college. They're already inquiring what type of white person you are. What type of Black are you? And they give columns. Are you white Polish? Are you Black Jamaican? And this is where it needs to come down to, because for years, decades, what we've been seeing on the paperwork when we apply for certain positions and trying to be eligible for certain things, there's word semantics such as, you see race, and then you'll see people could check off the box for race for white. They could also check it off for Hispanic as well. And when they say race wise for Blacks, it's always Black / African American. See, to update the sense, to up what is happening right now is going to be more updated. It's going to be no longer Black African American. It's just going to be Black, like Black is American, just like white is American. You're going to have to specify what type of American you are.
Okay, so all right, they're going to be able to categorize, divide, conquer, and categorize this much better. Okay, great. That's great for the AI machine to be able to differentiate between people. And like, Warden, what are your thoughts? Warden, you there? Okay.
On the FBA shit.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, fantastic. Appreciate you, bro.
Also, about delineation.
I'm trying to get. Okay, let's see. All right, here we go.
Sir, Mr. 1985, we don't use the word pride any longer. It's been hijacked. It's been hijacked by other entities. We use the word proud now.
That Pan-Africanism has not benefited us, and this, that, the other.
Here we
So
go. I'll read it again for you. It said, Pan-Africanism have benefited others more than Black Americans. There's nothing wrong with delineation. Everyone does it. Ask yourself, why is it an issue now? Go ahead, Genesis.
Okay, so Pan-Africanism was a global movement advocating for unity of people of African descent and the political, economic, and cultural unification of Africa. So what was happening at the time when it started, you had apartheid, you had colonialism happening during the civil rights movement. And so what happened is that if we considered ourselves like the most richest black people in America are some of the most richest group of people in the whole world when it comes to a group of black or African or whatever you would say of all the people on the globe, right? So if we were able to come together and affect a change in Africa that actually did help out them. Why? Because we have power. Our power, our unity in the 60s allowed them to make change in Africa. So yes, it did benefit them, but because we took our seat as the leader, just like America takes its seat as a leader in the globe, we took our seat as a leader in the globe for Africans. And so therefore we took that leadership role. And so what happened is now we're saying that we're no longer the leaders. And now we want to become the victims and saying, well, no, now they call they call us a Carter. But it's like we're the leaders. Who cares about what they call us? If we're affecting change and we're helping things happen, if we can go over to Africa and benefit off some of the things that they're opening now that the African government is getting away from colonialism with our help, by the way, if they're able to then come back and say, okay, well, come over to our thing, give us citizenship, give us land and things like this. Why now will we say that we want to get away from actually coming together that we were doing in the 60s now that they can execute because the colonialism is beginning to, but now we have other countries colonializing and people going into Africa buying up the land. And so we want to say, no, we don't want to go to Africa and we don't want to take part in getting some kind of economic foothold in that land and let all the other races do it. And we just stay over here where we really are just, we don't really own shit over here, but we can go over there and own stuff in different countries that are opening up things over there. So I'm just saying is that back then the reason why we did this because we were the leaders in all of the world of the Africans, of all the people that are black or whatever in the world, and we still are financially.
Before you go, Smitty, MJ is here. I'm gonna allow MJ to go ahead and respond.
No captivity.
Go ahead, sis.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Hey, sis.
Hey.
Hey, how you
So my thing is, I will agree with you that in the beginning, what it was for. My question is, how has it benefit us? And for you to say that, well, so what if it didn't benefit you? We decided to become the leaders, and we have to continue this route. These
This is the problem. People want immediate gratification. So if I help your country out, what does it benefit us immediately? Right? However, over time, if we would put our footprint in that area, over time, when the development starts and we begin to help them to develop, then we get the credit for helping them develop. But what's happening is that instead of us doing that, we'll say, man, all them Chinese people and Indian and all, they're over there developing Africa. But we have black civil engineers, we have black electricians, we have black people that know how to create infrastructure. Didn't we create the infrastructure over here? So we'll tell everybody about how we created America, how we made America. And then we want to turn around and say, I don't want to do nothing for nobody. What they gonna do for us? Well, aren't we the creators of America? Aren't we the creators? Aren't we the ones of the leaders? So the thing is that I think that people, they want to be leaders and be lazy about it. Leaders think about what you're gonna do for us. You know what I'm saying? What you're gonna do for me. My daughter is hungry, and if I'm eating a sandwich, and she look at me with her big brown eyes and say, I'm hungry, I'm gonna give her my sandwich because I'm the leader of my family. If we're the leader of the world in black whatever wealth and black this, we want to be the leader. We want to be the top. We made America. America is the superpower, right? Across the world. I don't think America is asking, what do we get out of it? Honey, they make the opportunity of what they're gonna get out of it. They don't ask what you're gonna give us. They make the opportunity. How do you ask a person that needs your help what you gonna do for me? You say, okay, well, I'm gonna do this for you, and this is what you're gonna do for me. You tell them that. You don't fucking say, well, what about us? What about me? That is a weak position. I don't understand. This new generation doesn't even understand how weak that sounds. What are we gonna get from it? I mean, you make that decision. You don't ask them. You make the determination of what you're gonna get out of it. Okay, we're gonna come over here and do this. I'm gonna go to your government and say, okay, I want this for doing that. That's a real business person. You don't beg them for what. Well, how come when I come over here, you ain't gonna give me a job? What? No, you go over there, you create the jobs, and you tell the government, okay, I'm gonna create these jobs, and then for me, this is what you're gonna do. That's how you operate as a superpower. If we consider ourselves one,
A lot of these kids have no work ethic.
this whole we're black and we got the most money in the world of all the black people, but then we want to be weak. I don't understand that whole mindset of this weakness that we have. What are we gonna get? And I don't know whether that's like a certain age group. But I don't know. Americans going into Ukraine saying, well, what are we going to get? They just go ahead and bomb the place and then they sort it out later. We'll deal with that. You're going to have to pay us back. Okay, all right, we're going to do it, but all right.
Well, you got Tariq, he Gen X. So, and you got some millennials, that follow him.
Are weak as fuck, though. I'm like, bro, what are we going to,
right?
Like, who asked that question?
Again, Tariq, he's not a leader.
And she wants to what she gonna get out of it is what I'm gonna get out of it is okay, go clean the room. I'm not gonna be like, well, what am I gonna get out of giving you my sandwich? No, go clean the room now. You got my sandwich, go do this. That's it. That's how you run that. You don't run that from a beggar's I don't so as much as we pretend like we are superior, we really don't have a mindset of superiority, and that's why we're up here crying because a few Africans called us a kata and they pulled my hair out
And stuff and all that because the Somalians got a shopping mall in Minnesota.
Come on,
not any longer.
Why would that be? But the thing is that why didn't we have it? Let's go.
Yeah, because we so busy arguing about them.
Right. Well, look at them building their shopping center.
Yeah, sure.
Shopping center because they came together and built one.
Right. We could have been had a shopping. We could have been had a shopping center in the mall.
Everything they talk about the Africans are doing is shit that we've been here for way longer than they have been here, and we could have been dead. And so I don't want to hear that crying ass bullshit. I'm sorry, I was in the military. I don't give a that. Maybe I'm harsh. I don't care that. Stop being a motherfucking crybaby.
Before you go, Genesis. Before you go, Genesis. The sponsor is TMKC.
What did she
give us citizenship, give us land and things like this. Why now will we say that we want to get away from actually coming together that we were doing in the 60s now that they can execute because the colonialism is beginning to, but now we have other countries colonializing and people going into Africa buying up the land, and so we want to say no, we don't want to go to Africa and we don't want to take part in getting some kind of economic foothold in that land and let all the other races do it. And we just stay over here where we really are just, we don't really own shit over here, but we can go over there and own stuff in different countries that are opening up things over there. So I'm just saying is that back then the reason why we did this because we were the leaders in all of the world of the Africans, of all the people that are black or whatever in the world. And
see, I think in the civil rights era we did not have this spirit of what y'all fixing to do for us then.
Still are.
Financially.
Before you go, Smitty, MJ is here. I'm gonna allow MJ to go ahead and respond.
No captivity.
Go ahead, sis.
Hello. Good morning. Everyone.
Listen to how.
So my thing is, I will agree with you that in the beginning, what it was for. My question is, how has it benefited us?
How has it benefited us?
Exactly.
I don't understand.
It's a simple, non-emotional answer for that question.
And I answered it. Let's go.
And for you to say that, well, so what if it didn't benefit you? We decided to become the leaders and we have to continue this route. These of, I would say, immigrants, right? They're coming over here and they're getting homes and they're getting jobs and they're getting all the things that we said as American citizens that we're supposed to have. They're getting those things and they're sitting up here laughing at your face. And the funny thing about it is that they
are we giving them homes?
No. They're actually going come over here building businesses and everything and actually buying real estate.
Coming over here on government assistance.
So we're jealous because they came together and made some shit happen.
will tell you to your face that you are not them. And the funny thing also about delineation, when they come over here, they make sure to delineate from us. They make sure that they get on when they
a fucking crybaby. Listen, when they come over here, they don't open up their strip mall with us. Why did
and
you
I want to look? I want to also add, DJ. I want to also
have a strip mall.
Yeah, I want to also add this.
They shouldn't even have a strip mall to even build.
I just want to put some. I want to add this into my building thing. I'm actually working with a Nigerian and his father. We're actually doing business moves in real estate. And in Ohio, actually, we're around Northeast Ohio. And we're just going around building, buying little plots of land and stuff. And he's Nigerian. And that's Pan Africanism right there.
Well, listen. Oh, here he says. They get loans the government don't give to Black Americans.
Right, government assistance. They're getting government assistance. They came over here on government assistance.
Honey, I think no. Listen, that is
that's an excuse.
That is bullshit. Okay,
that's an excuse.
Hey, only time will tell who's nervous. It's not people who are proud Americans. It's others. We'll see.
Honey, there's all type of okay. All right. So we're gonna make excuses and we're gonna still make them be superior. They get better loans than us. They do better than us. That is weak. That's weak. Let's go.
They want to get their SNAP benefits when they want to create their own community. You have the Somali community, you have the Nigerian community, you have Little Africa, and I'm from the city.
Key word is community. Where is our community? So we want to get mad
where's
because
the community in
have,
Africa?
We don't. There is community.
Where's the community in Africa?
Ask Warden that because Warden's been in Africa, and I'm gonna say this. Okay, go ahead, Pamela, because you're gonna keep.
Yes, thank you all. And number one, we are giving these illegal aliens housing throughout taxes. They are receiving subsidized housing, which is paid for by our tax revenue. So this is definitely a concern of descendants of U.S. chattel slaves as U.S. taxpayers. Why are our taxes going to illegal aliens when we have homeless U.S. citizens? So that's a legitimate concern. Additionally, and I'll be honest with you, DJ Genesis, you already admitted to being FBA, so you cannot play dumb now. You know what the FBA movement and lineage is. Respectfully.
Oh boy.
Whatever the fuck. Anyways, so I just looked it up because
Time's up.
The U.S. government does not directly give Africans money for business startups, as federal grants are not for individuals. However, the government does support business development in Africa through agencies like the U.S. African Development Foundation, USADF. So the U.S. gives money to business in Africa.
And that's why Trump
entrepreneurs and programs Prosper Africa, which fosters two-way trade and investment. For those in the U.S., the government offers loans and grants through the Small Business Administration for minority-owned and other businesses, including immigrants. So the Small Business Administration is not beholden to how many African Americans are filing for Small Business Administration loans and grants?
Let me answer that.
Is your credit bad to do it? Is it because your credit is fucked up?
I would like to answer that. Don't you realize that every dollar that goes to an immigrant business could have went to a Black American-owned business?
So what made it not go to one?
It went to the immigrants instead. Don't you realize it?
No, that's not
It
true.
increased the pool of applicants. That's a fact. That's irrefutable. It increased the pool of applicants as the number of immigrants increased in the U.S., meaning that it's statistically more difficult for a Black American to receive these same funds.
Thank you, sir.
And I also
Appreciate
want to
that.
say this, and I appreciate the acknowledgement. One more thing I want to say. Just as the U.S. government has given different businesses throughout the continent of Africa money that is taken from our tax revenue.
All this stuff is fake. See, this is defeatist.
But
No,
let me complete the sentence though.
businesses loans do not go mainly to immigrant businesses. Immigrant-owned businesses actually face greater challenges in accepting traditional financing compared to non-immigrant-owned firms, and are more likely to rely on
But did I say that was false though?
personal or family savings for startup capital. So most of the Africans that come over here, usually, they actually went to school or went to university in London. They already have money. It ain't that they're coming over here broke as fuck. They already have money. The super broke ones that's coming over to America are not the ones opening up the businesses. It's
But I'm
ignorant.
asking is, what
How
did
do
I
you
say that
think
was false?
that Africans in Africa don't have millions of dollars and can't come over here and open up businesses?
Yes, but
That's
can I
true.
ask what did I say that was false though?
You assume that the Africans that are opening up business over here, that they're getting the money from the U.S. government when they probably have a rich family that have the money to infuse into, or maybe they pile
Bullshit.
because
The
they have.
Nigerian guy that I'm working with, he came here with money.
Thank you.
And the question is, what did I say that was false? Do the number of immigrants increasing, does that not, well, let me complete the sentence. Does that not increase the pool of applicants, which mathematically makes it difficult for Black Americans to receive these same loans? Yes or no? All right. And I'm glad you conceded. And my second point that I wanted to make before you cut me off respectfully, you admitted that the U.S. government takes our tax revenue and they grant it to businesses throughout Africa. Are you able to name any African government that has granted any Black Americans any business grants?
That can't happen. What are you talking
I'm
about?
gonna repeat that again because
See,
it's not
why they
rocket
play
science.
stupid like that?
It's very simple. Just as the U.S. government has taken our tax revenue and granted businesses in Africa our tax revenue, are you able to name any government in Africa that has taken out of their local tax base and granted Black Americans grants to open businesses?
Mic drop message.
No,
So
that's not a
we don't
mic
owe
drop.
Africans anything. We don't owe them anything, really.
So
They owe us.
you
Said that we
think
owe
they?
everything.
Do you realize that the American government isn't black people? That is white people giving the Africans money so they can
No,
actually get
actually, the U.S.
control over
government is
things?
comprised of our tax revenue.
He
I
wasn't.
Yeah,
know. But
white
see how
people that's in control
he
of your
answering questions
money.
with a question.
No, the reason why the U.S. government is doing that is to control and own. So the bottom
Yes.
line is that you're talking about the fact that the U.S. government is taking our tax dollars and send it over to Africa. It's because they're trying to get control of the resources over there.
Then why won't the Africans
Yes.
fight back instead of running to live under the U.S. white man's nuts?
What
They're
Africans?
not taking the grants and the loans. They're
How
You heard
doing
the
many?
things
question. Hold
diplomatically.
on, brother.
They
I'm trying to
have
have a
money
dialogue with the
from
host.
here.
I'm trying to have a dialogue with the
They're
host.
not
The
coming
question
over
was,
here and getting money from the U.S. government to
no,
come
no,
here to open
you
up
didn't
business.
hear the question. You didn't hear the question. The question is,
People from Saudi
why
Arabia.
don't
Do you really think that these people that's opening up these liquor stores are over here that the government gave
you
them
didn't
money
hear
to
the
open a
question?
liquor store?
The question is, why don't those same Africans stay in Africa and fight against the U.S. imperialism instead of coming to the U.S. to live under the white man's nuts?
Facts.
First of all, Africa has been colonialized, and
Exactly.
you
So why are
also
they
have.
running away? Why aren't they fighting harder
What is the
to
point
stop
of that question?
colonization?
That's a stupid question, bro.
There's a lot of
They gonna be
Africans that aren't running away.
they're getting ready to start begging in the
Bro,
next.
how many people live in Africa?
They're getting ready to
Billions.
beg for recolonization.
How many people live in Africa?
Yes, we're talking about the ones that ran away.
Yeah, like out of all the people that live in Africa, how many of them ran away?
Millions.
How many people live in Africa?
Billions.
Okay.
This is common
That's
sense
that's
speaking.
See how fucking
that's
stupid that is?
stupid. That's very
Well,
stupid.
are you able to answer that? The ones that ran, why won't they go back and fight?
What do you mean fight?
Because they're coming over here to get
So they
to
rather run and live under the white man's nuts.
because
Oh,
they
I get
It's
it.
about getting resources.
Oh, under the white man's nuts. I get it. Okay.
No, it's not
They
under the
run to
white
the
man's
U.S. They
nuts.
run to Canada. They run to Europe.
What? You know what? I'm done.
You know,
I'd like to
yeah,
add on to something, all right?
You're
these people are
white man's
stupid.
nuts. They're under
I'd
the
like to add on to
Forget
something.
about the white man's nuts, bro. You're underneath the white man's nuts. You're still in America. Who owns America is white people that run the country. What the fuck are you
Right.
talking about?
That's
Like, we're
stupid,
not
I
man.
like
damn self. You have a social security
I
number. Who issued that? Was it a black person or a white person? You're telling us that they came over here to be underneath the white man's nuts, like we run. I don't really understand the logic that you guys are coming with.
right. I'd like to add on to something.
Ignorance, bro.
I'd like to add on to something with common sense. Yesterday, President Trump, who is the greatest president ever in the United States, was in
These
an
coons are
interview,
crazy, man.
and he
These
was
coons are
saying
just ridiculous.
he had borrowed something that FBAs have been saying online for the longest, and he's done this before. But he said something very interesting about the Somalis, and he said they need to go back home. Why don't they go back home and fix up their homeland, just like that? So
Yeah, it's a great
the
question.
PR in the Trump administration is listening well. Time is up,
Yeah, they hear
Tether.
us. They hear us.
Just
But
leave.
and DJ Genesis, I would like to ask because
Americans will probably
my bad.
be
Go ahead.
they'll be deputized to confiscate whatever they want from you
And
in
allow
the
me to say
very
this.
near future. I'm talking about 2026. If we see something that we like, material stuff, hey, that's really ours. We gonna take it from you, just like that.
Yeah, Africa is ours. Africa is ours. We taking it. But I would like to
If you
ask DJ
can't
Genesis
see the
respectfully.
behavior of 2025 overall in this wrap up, what's finna happen in 2026? Hey,
They won't
I'm just
realize it
saying.
until it's too late. They won't realize it until it's too late. But
Why
DJ
do you keep
Genesis,
on saying ours like
when we
white people will
criticize,
accept you?
but let me ask this to the brother too. When we criticize FBAs, y'all really have no problem with it. And you see me, I don't get triggered neither. But when we criticize Africans, y'all get triggered, y'all start squirming. Why can't we criticize these Africans that abandoned Africa to come live in a nation that they claim is destabilizing Africa?
Because
Really?
the words that you're using are ridiculous. And
Oh,
you
You
might
keep
see,
on saying run away, but it's not running away because they're doing businesses in these other countries, right?
they're on life
They're
rafts
doing things
swimming
that you
to
are
Europe,
supposed to
brother.
do, but you're so lazy that you don't want to do anything.
And you say I'm not triggered when you criticize FBAs, but why when we criticize
No, shut
Africa?
all that criticizing FBA shit up. Really? Right? Like seriously. Because I'm literally from this country, born and raised. My entire bloodline is from America. So shut all that shit up. First of all, all this BS. They literally have shopping malls that we should have been had all this done. But instead of building all this, niggas just want to complain. Is what I'm
they
getting.
coming over here. They using up the resort. They go and they flee in their country. They coming over here and they taking.
Right.
Okay,
It's
well,
like
open shopping center then. Where's your shopping center?
right. Where's your clinics? Because they literally have clinics.
Where's your hospital? Where's your? I mean, hell, Latinos come over here, open up shit. Fucking Korean town.
Like niggas just want to complain.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you what. Like this is the reason why I can fucking pop my goddamn collar, because I tried. But when it really come down to it, I did my due try. I tried to put something together. You see what I'm saying?
Shit.
I tried. Boom, here it is.
I'm actually, yeah.
All these are all black people coming together for one accord, trying to figure out how to come and work together. And I was able to get people to come. It was at an African. The African allowed us to use his restaurant. It was called Aldi's from Gabon. Gabon allowed us to use his restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, to do this, he didn't charge me a dime, and then he told us about like some of the ideas. He joined the conversation too. I was trying to get more Africans to join in with us, but I didn't know any Africans or whatever, so it was mostly us.
That's why I'm building these community centers.
Another thing, mostly women, but we did come together and we did do this thing. We did try to make a think tank, because what did Dr. Claude Anderson? Where are the black think tanks? So my thing is that I'm not just over here just saying, where is our this? I tried to make this,
All right. I said that's why I'm trying to make these community centers. So when you want to have like little events or little ceremonies and stuff like that, you can literally just go there, ask administration or the managers there. Hey, I want to have this event ceremony. Okay, we can just plan this out. How many people are coming? Like y'all bringing food? Do y'all need to use the kitchen? Like little stuff that y'all need.
The government is giving the Africans money to come over here. That's the reason why they have a leg up on us. Bullshit.
Right. That's how they just want to argue.
They are not giving Africans a god. Are you kidding me? You think the American government is giving them no. Most of those Africans are going over to Dubai and getting their money and coming over here. We don't even want to leave America. When I go deeper in this, you're gonna see we talking about like leaving the country. We ain't about to leave. You know what I'm saying? Blah 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 blah. We don't even want to like be global in business. We want to just be stuck here. We don't want to even go on a plane and go to another country. Mexico is like fucking down the street from us, so we don't even want to do that. South America, right down the street. Canada, all this stuff. We have other countries all around us that we can just go to, and we don't want to do business globally. We want to just stay in America and then complain about what other people are doing in America. The shit's stupid as fuck, and I don't like this this attitude of lack. Let me play the rest of this video.
Oh, can I ask a question?
I actually see this.
After the video.
When they want to separate, they know how to separate to make sure that their community get the things that they need. So I get what Pan-African was supposed to be about. We were supposed to be sharing amongst all of us, right? Being able to do business amongst all of us, being able to connect and go overseas and do business with all of us. But that is not the same thing that's happening. We are sharing. They're not sharing. I've seen plethora of expat stories and stuff like that about how they was treated when they was on the continent of Africa and when they went to certain countries.
Overcharged, scam,
yes, not even that. As soon as they came off the plane, they knew that they were American. They assumed that they had a whole bunch of money. And let me tell you something.
Have you even tried?
Too. And on the continent, unless you have
I'm gonna
money
be real.
to actually
MJ was
really
cooking,
build and help their country, they're not helping you. There's no handouts for Americans over there. You better be over there building something to help their country. So again, we have to push it back to Pan-Africanism is great if we're all benefiting from it. It just cannot be an extraction from us. And then on top of that, those can be the same ones in our communities who will vilify our lineage. Oh, those Black Americans doing A, B, C, and D. See, it's the Black Americans that don't know how to act, who don't know how to act right. It's the Black Americans who all their children is built off of single baby mamas and a one-night stand. That's what the Somalian community said about the Black Americans, right? when they had their whole little meeting in Michigan and stuff like that, and we couldn't understand it because it was in their tongue. They said that all Black Americans are the product of one night fucking stands. This is how they feel about you. So again, I understand the concept, but it has to change. We are having too much taken from us, and then on top of that, we are being vilified. We are having people cosplay us, but then also vilify identity. They know how to cosplay identity when they want to benefit, and they want to say, "Hey, listen, I'm Black American just like you." And even though my ancestors only just came over maybe 60 years ago, I get the cosplay and act like my ancestors were the ones who came over 300, 400 years ago. They'll tell you directly to their face. They'll tell you directly to your face that they're different. And there's nothing, here's the thing about it too. There's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with being different. You know why? And I'll tell you why. Because Africa and the Caribbeans have been linking up for the past 10 years, doing business with each other, and also removing the passport situation where they can do business and live in each other, whatever. And you know what? They're not asking Caribbeans to say, give up calling yourself Jamaican. Give up calling yourself Haitian. They're allowing them to keep their ethnic group, their sub-ethnic group. Why is Americans, Black Americans, only ones being told that you cannot align under your sub-ethnic group? You have to align with Africa. And I'm gonna stop talking, but I'll let somebody else speak.
No, I'm gonna allow Genesis.
She's so misinformed.
I'm gonna allow Genesis to
She's so
respond.
uninformed.
So I would say this. I don't have a problem with FBA being a lineage and doing whatever they have to do economically or socially to do what they have to do. What my problem is to there's how many billion Africans across the world that, like, I mean, there's what's the number of 1.8 billion Africans across African descendants, right? So-called African descendants across the world. There's 43 million African Americans. So we want to just like lump everybody into categories and say, okay, well, this thing, and they're all saying this, and they're saying this against us, and we're telling us all the Africans have this feeling against us. But there are people that go over there into Africa, open up business, open up hotels, open up shop, do things within Africa. And we just want to say we want to delineate from that. We want to cut ourselves off from the economic things that are happening in Africa, because we want to just only have the lineage over here. And a lot of like FBA will say, well, I'm not going to Africa. I want to we need to completely separate ourselves from that. But when other countries are going to Africa and taking advantage of the opportunity. So that's
and but they can take advantage of the opportunity without giving up their ethnic group. Hear what I'm saying to you.
You had to give up the ethnic group.
But that's what it really is, though. But that is what it really is. They're saying you can't. They say stop calling yourself Black Americans. What do they say? They tell you to stop calling yourself Black Americans. Why are you separating yourself from us? Don't you know you African? This is what they're saying. I have never heard that discussion with any Caribbean. I have never heard Africans tell a Caribbean person to give up your Caribbean heritage. Never.
I have never heard Caribbeans getting on a thing for 4 hours calling other people tethers and this, that, the other.
And talking about Caribbeans, but here's the thing: Caribbeans get on the same platform as the Africans and talk bad about Black Americans. Don't you see that too?
I don't see that. I don't know. Maybe it's not I don't see all that going on. I see it more of the FBA movement.
I can pull up video after video after video on YouTube alone.
So are we not the leaders? Are we not the leaders of the just like you have America is the leader of the free world? Isn't the Black people the leaders? So
let me ask you a question. So if America is the leaders, let me ask you a question. If Americans are the leaders of the world, when have America never done anything to benefit them?
I just had a question. You shouldn't benefit yourself. I'm saying that
then what's the issue? Then what is the issue?
Why is it a matter of you have to just completely cut yourself off and
we're not cutting ourselves up. We're standing on our lineage. That's what we're doing.
Listen, because I don't know what you're hearing when you're out here. I'm hearing FBA saying I don't want to go to Africa and do no business over there.
They don't want to go to Africa. They don't have to.
No, they'll say we need to only be in America doing our business. But meanwhile,
majority of us. But here's the thing. Majority of us are not going to Africa. I'm sorry that this might hurt you, but a majority of us are not going to make it on that continent. Majority of us don't have the fucking money to anyway. So again, if majority of us is gonna be on this continent, majority of us. I guess. Listen, I've been to Africa, but like I said, majority of us are not ever going to be on the continent. Majority of us are not going to be on the continent. We're not. Majority of us is not coming
We're
to
actually not
the
across the
continent.
street. We can hear all of you very clear.
Of course, majority of anything is not going to happen.
All right, then. So what is the problem?
Listen,
And DJ Genesis, can I ask a
the
question?
colonializing and taking advantage
This
of
is so
all
sick.
and whatever. Majority of Chinese people are not going
Can I
over to
ask a
Africa
question?
and building railways and doing this. But the thing is that when there are people that are over there doing that. So I'm saying is that when we talk about this whole delineation thing and we want to separate ourselves from Africa, when Africa is in a Renaissance stage, I think that's a bad idea.
Okay, like I stated again before, Caribbeans right now is a movement that started about like 10 years ago. It's called the Afro-Caribbean movement, where they have linked up and had a whole meeting, right, online, and you can find it on YouTube. You can pull it up. They had a whole meeting online to talk about working with each other, basically, sharing with each other, like selling to each other when it comes down to different profits and stuff, and removing the passports. Again, even in that meeting, Caribbeans did not have to give up them being Caribbeans to work with Africans. You keep on framing it that when we say that we are literally making sure that our sub-ethnic group is acknowledged for what it is, that is us, quote unquote, not wanting to work with Africans. We can work and get this money.
When you say delineating, that means that you are, when you say delineating, what exactly does that mean?
She's getting cooked.
That is delineating is removing falling under just the big African, ethnic group, if I should say, or just pretty much just identifying what our sub-ethnic group is. But the funny thing about it is they know our sub-ethnic group. They know our sub-ethnic group. They'll literally tell you that you're not African. They'll literally say it. So I don't understand what is the problem.
Listen, why are you yelling? Okay, because you're making me yell.
That's what I was thinking. We ain't across the street.
To be fair,
I really don't even want to yell. I don't want to yell.
Well, to be fair, both parties was kind of raising their voice, but go ahead.
Yeah, because when she's yelling, it makes me yell. I don't want to yell. So all I'm saying is that my problem is not about FBA having its own ethnic group and this, that, the other. My problem is when FBA begins to talk about Pan-Africanism and say it's dead when it clearly is not dead. If you actually know people that are Pan-Africanists in Africa doing stuff, working between Africa and America, and I know people that are doing it. And I just spoke with Professor Small today. People are in Africa doing things. So my thing is that, and you guys could, whatever y'all might feel about what he said, he cleared it up. But my thing is that there are people in Africa that are doing things, and they are exacting changes, and they're doing things between America and Africa, and business between America and Africa. So why is it that we can have a lineage, but then we have to dead something else that exists and is working? That if you guys are not Pan-African, fine. Well, just leave it out the thing. Don't say it's dead when there people are doing stuff. So just like you're saying that we don't have to align and this, that, the other, and do what they're saying. Well, okay, the Jamaicans had their meeting online. Well, I know African Americans that are Pan-Africanists that went to the UN in person and was there with the kings in Africa and was working and had a seat at the UN. So my thing is that there are Pan-Africanists that are doing things in Africa, and we can't say it's dead. And that's the only problem I have is when we say
So for you, Pan-Africanism, it only works and benefit if it's helping the African continent, not in America.
No, that's not what I said. I said that they are doing things. The people that are Pan-Africans that I know that they live in America. The Oyatunji village before the.
But you just said that all the businesses. You said all the businesses and all the works that's being done is going to the African continent. Yes or no?
No, I'm saying all right. So say if I'm in Africa and I'm on the African continent and I get land and I begin to till that land and I'm doing business in between America and Africa. That's what they're doing. They're not just only building up in Africa, but they're setting things up to be able to work within America and Africa and bridge the gap. But the thing is that they don't really broadcast out everything that they're doing because there's actually like governmental things that are like against that. So they can't necessarily boast about everything that they're doing. They're just doing it. People are doing things in between America and Africa. And then when those people are doing that and you say it's dead, when I know for a fact that
DJ Genesis, did you walk away from the computer?
Shipping over goods and doing things like that back and forth.
I'm not done.
I don't think that's fair.
You said you there?
Dead when it's not.
So where is all the stuff? Can you point me to all the stuff that's being done here? Since you said it's supposed to go back and forth, right? Because clearly you're only saying that it's going to one area. So tell me what's happening over here.
I can have that conversation offline with you. A lot of people.
Right. So so even though I'm saying that there are people in Africa that are doing business between America and Africa, she's still hearing that people in America are just only giving to Africa. No matter what I say, it's like, no. So you're saying, no, I'm saying that there are people that are doing business between America and Africa. If you get cola nuts, if you get certain like herbs, there are people shipping herbs to America. I'm trying to explain that it's not just a situation where all Pan Africans are just funneling money to Africa and it's just staying in Africa.
It's a comprehension problem.
You know what I'm saying? Can't comprehend. Every time I say it, she's like, "Are you saying like
there are people in Africa that are doing things and they are exacting changes and they're happy doing things between America and Africa, you know, and business between America and Africa. So why is it that we can have a lineage, but then we have to dead something else that exists and is working? That if you guys are not Pan-African, fine. We'll just leave it out the thing. Don't say it's dead when there people are doing stuff. So just like you're saying that we don't have to align and this, that, the other, and do what they're saying. Well, okay, the Jamaicans had their meeting online. Well, I know African Americans that are Pan-Africanists that went to the UN in person and was there with the kings in Africa and was working and had a seat at the UN. So my thing is that there are Pan-Africanists that are doing things in Africa, and we can't say it's dead. And that's the only problem I have is when we say
so.
And please
so
allow
for
me
you,
to ask
Pan-Africanism, it only works and benefit if it's helping the African continent, not in America.
Do you see how I just said? I had to replay it so you can hear that, and then you keep interrupting. Pan-African mulatto is Pan mulatto. I'm trying to explain that I explained that I know people that are doing business between America and Africa, and she still, out of all the things I said, got out of it. So you're saying that we're only going to be doing business, helping out Africa. Go ahead, Pamela. You want to keep interrupting? Go ahead.
Yes, very briefly. Now, we heard your criticism of the Black Americans. Are you able to articulate your criticism of Africans? Just to be fair.
Sorry, DJ, I have to go. I will catch you at the next one.
Don't run now. Let her answer.
No, it's not going. I gotta go. This is a business thing. I gotta go.
All right, well, don't make a speech.
Y'all have a great day. Bye bye.
Booty cheeks clapping.
No, it's not booty cheeks clapping. It's like, dude, he's actually in Africa doing business, and he's actually working with Africans. So that was the only person I had that actually could tell you an exact example of what I'm talking about, but he had to go. So, anyways,
but are you able to articulate your criticisms against Africans, or just only Black Americans you criticize?
My criticisms of Africa is that, like, even when I did the Pan-African think tank, that people they tend to be more insulated when they're over here in America. So when it comes to like their community, it's hard to find out how to penetrate that community because you don't know exactly who to talk to that is like the leader and to be able to figure out who to, but I mean, actually in Dallas, I figured out how to do that. But initially when you don't know, like you'll be like, okay, well, how do I like permeate that group to like be able to do business with them? But once you do, you get accepted and it's cool. So it's just a matter of just knowing who to contact and who to talk to and who is like the person that's in charge.
Respect your honesty. But what I'm asking is, if they were to stay in Africa, couldn't they make their nations better than Japan or South Korea or Dubai, for instance?
So you asked me, ask the question again. So you're saying if they were to stay in Africa,
if the Africans were to stay in Africa, wouldn't they be able to make their nations better than South Korea, Japan, and Dubai, for instance?
It depends on what the circumstances that they lived in Africa. Have you been to Africa?
Exactly, but you agree fleeing doesn't help,
that's
right?
not exactly. No, that was a question. Yes or no?
So you agree fleeing doesn't help, right?
No, I asked you a question. I said, have you been to Africa?
You said, well, you made a statement. I could respond to it. You said it depends on the circumstances they're living in, right?
Have you been to Africa? That was the last question. I
Oh
said,
yeah, for sure.
you asked me a question.
Hell
I
yeah.
answered the question, and I asked you a question. You
Yeah, I
asked
said
me.
yeah.
I said, all right. So you have been to Africa. Are you
Yes.
aware that there's that there's sometimes the electricity's not working, the grid's not working, the
Exactly.
infrastructure is
Shouldn't they
not.
stay and fix it?
Well, how do you know that this person is the person that can fix that?
Because the ones that
You're
ran away
assuming that
are
it's a
doing it.
person
Well, I'm trying to answer that.
that's because they come to America, they're an electrician. When they come over here and be a cab driver.
The
No,
same as
I'm
they
saying no.
do in
You're saying they left.
Africa.
They left Africa. Some people are fleeing because they have like political situations. There's different reasons why people leave Africa. Why didn't they stay
They're
there?
fighting
Oh,
vacant.
okay. Well, why do Americans leave and go to Africa? Why didn't they stay here?
Give us numbers though, right?
What I'm trying to explain is that people have different reasons for leaving Africa. So I'm not gonna like pretend like Africans that leave Africa are a monolith and they all leave for the same reasons. Some people leave because there's some political situation. Some people leave because there's a war going on. They get rescued from like for U.S. whatever. Somalia had like whatever. There might be a genocide. There's a lot of like this eruption that happens, and people have to leave.
No, I agree.
So is it a matter?
Fleeing doesn't help.
You're saying, well, they should just stay there and get killed and die or whatever?
You fight to make it better, yes. Like Harriet Tubman did.
Man, you don't
Yes.
even sound. You sound ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
I'm telling the truth.
You
Harriet
can't
Tubman
do
never
nothing
left
if you're dead.
permanently.
You can't leave. You can't do nothing if you're dead.
That's not what I said. I said that they are doing things. The people that are
Harriet
Pan-Africans, I know
Tubman
they
lived.
live in America. The all utilities bills.
But you just said that all the
Not the
businesses,
same,
you
not
said
the
all the
same
businesses
situation.
and all the
Yeah,
work
have
that's
you
being
been
done
Africa
is
during the
going to
genocide?
the African continent. Yes or no?
No, I'm saying they. All right. So say if I'm in Africa and I'm on the African continent and I get land and I begin to till that land and I'm doing business in between America and Africa. That's what they're doing. They're not just only building up in Africa, but they're setting things up to be able to work within America and Africa and bridge the gap. But the thing is that they don't really broadcast out everything that they're doing because there's actually like governmental things that
Since
are
they
like
ran,
against
it's
that.
all right.
So they can't necessarily boast about everything that they're doing. They're just doing it. People are doing things in between America and Africa, and then when those people are doing that, and you say it's dead, when I know for a fact that there are people that are doing stuff in Africa, shipping over goods and doing things like that back and forth and trying to create and bridge a gap. I don't think that that's fair to say that something is dead when it's not.
So where is all the stuff? Can you point me to all the stuff that's being done here? Since you said it's supposed to go back and forth, right? Because clearly you're only saying that it's going to one area. So tell me what's happening over here.
I can have that conversation offline with you. A lot of people don't want people to. There is a concerted movement with the government to stop a lot of this. I can't talk about it online, but if you want to get my information, I can tell you exactly what's going on.
I mean, how did we get here? I thought we was talking about
because people are saying that Pan-Africanism is the FBA loves to say Pan-Africanism is dead and go against that movement, and I don't think it's right.
Nobody.
If you guys are, if FBA
dead.
is a, no, that's a lie. That's not true. That's all you hear. Whenever we talk about Pan-Africanism, the first thing that's dead, it's a bad movement, it's a scam.
Nobody said it was dead on this
They
panel.
said it was a scam. Yes, they did. They said it was a scam.
Okay, that's the difference than being dead. He just said it's a scam.
Well, no, they said, listen, I'm trying to tell you that is a part
well,
of
most things are a scam.
You need to go do some
when it comes to money.
You'll see that.
Let me do this. Let me get
Smitty. Y'all are gaslight.
Let me get Smitty in the conversation, and it will go around. Go ahead, Smitty.
Two things could be true at the same time, but I don't want necessarily say issue, but the thing because I used to be real big on like Pan-Africanism and all that good stuff, and I'm not saying that it isn't a good idea, but one thing that never really made sense to me is especially for those that are born over.
Why do you think that is? African has
because
over
they run away.
No, they have 1 billion people. They run away.
I could answer that. I could answer that.
The smart ones
80%
leave.
of the continent is black,
Called a
and
brain
they
drain.
still cannot develop infrastructure without the Europeans.
I can answer
Why
that.
is that? Go ahead and answer it.
With clarity. there is a book written by a brother named, he's actually raised in, I think he was in Trinidad, but he wrote a book. His name is Walter Rodney, and he wrote a book called Underdeveloped, Africa Undeveloped. And it's been like this since even before he wrote the book. He wrote the book in the 70s, and this is just the way it is. They want to stay that way. What's going to happen, like I said, I could be wrong if they don't stay that way, because the youth out there, they have a large child majority that's growing and growing out there, and they are going to ask for recolonization. What does recolonization look like compared to past colonization that their misleaders got them into? They're doing dealings with the Russians. They're dealing with the Chinese. What is it that the African youth on the continent, what are they willing to negotiate when it comes to recolonization? Because they are going to be recolonized by 2026.
You even have Nigerians that they asking for the U.S. military to intervene in Nigeria right now.
Exactly. It's just depending on what it looks like for them. I'm actually interested in, maybe they can pull off something. Take out those old heads take out all them old heads who've been cannibalizing their wealth and selling them out for years, for centuries. Excuse me. That's what's going to happen.
Over here in America and live majority of their life in America, if you haven't established nothing over here, why would you get up and go to a whole nother place that you ain't never lived, ain't never been to, don't really know nobody, don't know how shit move over there, and try to establish some shit over there? As somebody whose family is that's from a West African country, partly, and they complain about shit that's happening over there, and when they go over there, it's all type of crazy shit, and they gotta pay this person and do all this other shit. Not saying that they still can't get shit done, but why would you tell people or push people to leave from where they're comfortable at to go into a whole nother place where they don't even know what the hell is going on? Like,
no one is saying to leave where you're comfortable at. I'm saying doing business. Okay, and by the way, in Cobra was which is a Pan-African movement was actually fighting for reparations way before ADOS or FBA existed. So even that was a Pan-Africanist movement. So there you go. You want to know one organization is Pan-African?
But I don't think all black people that are from America are African. I think a lot of people that are from here, we from here. We ain't African. They lied to us about this whole you're African. There's only so many people that can fit on a damn boat. Like,
when it comes to Pan-Africanism and business,
we're from here.
It's a dead boat.
I don't really understand that talk when people be talking this African American FBA shit. We from here. Most of us are from here.
And matter of fact,
we are indigenous. We are darker. That's it.
Wait, hold on. Wait. I don't want to derail the conversation. That we could talk about that in 1 second. Tough guy. Go ahead, House. And then I'm gonna go to Robert. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna say this really quickly, and this is from a person that does business, has business partners in Africa, and I've been doing it for a while. And other people, and I know other Americans, that Pan-Africanism is 100% one way. Matter of fact, if you give Africans the choice, they're trying to leave Africa. They're not trying to stay. They're leaving, right? And when you're there, they always ask you, "Why the fuck are you here?" Right? I get that all the time. Why are you here? Right? And I'm creating jobs. I'm creating jobs. I'm selling there, and it's really one way. And the reason why you see other countries over there like China, Russia, and India is because they're still extracting resources, right?
Yeah, minerals.
They're building infrastructure just to make extracting the resources a bit more convenient. Pan-Africanism, at least when it comes to America, is one way, and that's without doubt is one way. And on top of that, well, one last question. On top of that, they don't make it easy for you to do business there while creating jobs, because there's so many other places that is cheaper to open up businesses and build businesses than in Africa. And Africa doesn't even have a domestic market like that. But they charge you.
Meanwhile, he still has business in Africa.
To open a business in East Africa to create jobs for those people, and for you to get a work permit and a resident permit is $100,000. And that is you investing in the economy, creating jobs, and they're charging you $100,000 to do that.
That kind of goes into. Well, hold on, wait. That kind of goes into what MJ was saying earlier, as far as Africans. Even if you go over there, they need you to be building some or investing in their country.
And they charge you to do that shit.
And they charge you to do it, right. So, and then she also said, they're delineating from us when they come over here, So I think she did make some good points.
And then on top of that, fuck Africans, man. These niggas be coming over here talking all that shit.
Because
we ain't African, nigga.
Is it easy to open up a business? Is it just free to open up a business in America? Or you
I've been living and working in Nairobi for 6 years. And even living there, every time I want to go to like the store or go on safari, there's the Kenyan price and there's the foreign price. They don't look at me and say, okay, brother, you look like us, whatever. No, I'm paying the foreign price because I can't speak Swahili.
Message.
Go ahead, Robert.
Time and time again.
Was that same man making that whole monologue? What's his name?
That's Tether.
What's his name? Sauce. Hot sauce in the bag.
He said he wanted to be called Tether tonight.
Tether. Why you want to be called Tether tonight? That's an interesting name.
He married to an Asian woman. That's why.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Is Tether?
Oh, he know how to speak a different language then, for sure.
Did Tether tell me that?
FBA?
No.
I'm a Hebrew Israelite, but yeah, I'm ADOS, absolutely ADOS.
And you're married to an Asian woman?
Oh, was you was asking him? You was asking, was he directly FBA? Yeah, he is. Yeah.
What is ADOS?
But Robert, did you have something to say?
Everything he said was like misinformed and half truths.
Damn.
What was half true, sir?
Why you say that, Robert?
Who's taking over Africa?
China.
No. Wait, did I say that was not true? Where did I say that was not true? Or half true?
No, you said a lot of half truths.
Oh, example, please.
Half the truth is a lie.
The African won't work with Americans.
Corny.
No, I said that they charge you $100,000 to get business license and registration to help create jobs for them in Kenya.
So what do you think?
Only in that country, Kenya, is what you know.
In Tanzania, in Tanzania, and Kenya. That's where I am. I can only speak to where I am. I can't speak to all the.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, does that help their infrastructure? That you paying that price, just like maybe like how Americans have their taxes and stuff like that. It may just be different because it's a different country.
But there's only three countries in Africa that you have land right usage, meaning you as a foreigner can own property. That's not true within the United States.
Hey, Josh, how you doing, Josh? Good evening. How you doing?
How's it going, people?
Okay.
How's it going? Within the United States, it's the exact opposite.
Hey, what's going on?
You never set foot on U.S. soil, and you can own property here.
Hey, Josh.
Yes, sir.
You gotta slow down a little bit, man. They can't get that much information that fast.
This thing is stupid.
3 countries.
Welcome to the panel, Mr. Know-It-All. What are your thoughts? You there?
Yes, I'm here. I was logging in, so I missed what y'all was just talking about. You can go ahead. I jump back in.
Okay, cool.
Three countries in Africa, you as a foreigner can own property. Anybody that is a foreigner, you don't even have to step foot on U.S. soil to own property in the United States. It is not the same. Coming in is easier than going out.
Let me see.
White boy right. The white boy's right.
And can I say one thing? 100,000 Tanzanian shillings is $65, by the way.
No, 100,000. 100,000 USD. If you open up a business in Tanzania or Kenya, you need 100,000 USD.
No, that's to get land, to have a certain amount of land. That's to get like a big old thing of land. You gotta pay that to own,
but
a sheet of land.
what?
And I know that because I'm
absolutely not
trying to help
absolutely.
a person. No,
maybe not to build a house, but maybe a business.
I was actually doing this.
I was actually. The thing is, hold on, Genesis. The thing is, even to start a business in America, you still got to pay to play, bro.
I'm saying is that we're a first world country. You're talking about a third world country, and they're trying to build their infrastructure, and we're trying to go over there. We want a free handout. How we're saying, well, you guys come to our country and do it. Well, aren't we already established? So you're saying that we want to go into a non-established country that's trying to establish itself.
No, Josh,
and
me first.
There and get free. So that means China get to come in free. That means Europe get to come in free. And aren't they just leaving colonialism? Aren't they trying to build up their like these different countries that are just now getting free from colonialism and the rule of like France and this, that, the other?
I think what they're saying is if it was reciprocated, if the sentiment was reciprocated, don't you think they would have more consideration for
there would
Black
be
Americans?
incentives. There would be incentives.
Right.
Let me say this really quickly, and then I'll pass the mic. See, this is the problem, right? When we're looking at African Pan-Africanism, this is the gripe. You keep saying that we're the same. You keep saying, "Come home, brothers and sisters. Let's work together." But you don't give us any incentives to do so. You charge us the same as any other foreigner, right? But you claim that we're brothers. You don't give us any tax breaks, any incentives to do business over there, right? For example, in Kenya, I can speak to Kenya because I'm there, right? You charge me 100 racks to open a business there. You charge me 30% corporate income tax. In China, you can open up a wholly owned wolfie for $3,000, and
so he's complaining about it, but he's still in Kenya. See, a lot of these people are disingenuous. They'll be sitting up here getting on these panels. Yeah, don't come to Africa. A lot of like Black people will get over there and they'll like try to make it bad because they don't want anybody else to come over there and do what they did. Because that sounds to me like he's trying to make it bad, make it look like it's bad and everything for anybody else trying to come over there. Oh, they charge you 100,000. They're not gonna let you do this. And you know what? So fucking what, bro? If you really want to do it, do it. You know, I don't understand this crying, bro. It's a lot of crying. They're gonna charge you 100,000. They're gonna do. Well, they're trying to build their infrastructure. Like what people in China that got the money that go over there, they're not worried about 100,000. I'm not talking about just like if you have enough money to go over there and just do the bait, they're not going to charge you 100,000.
Do you have enough money to go over there?
You know what? I'm working on it.
Can I say something?
I'm working on it.
What would make you think that everyone else here would have the same?
What I'm saying is that it's verse. Okay, listen.
Doesn't make any sense.
If you listen, I know people over there. So I'm saying is that when you're here, you people are.
How can Africa make it attractive to come over there?
I'm not saying I'm not talking about
Africa
I'm
make
not
it
talking.
attractive
No, I'm not.
over there.
I'm not talking to the average person. I think
How
that
can Africa make it attractive for FBA to come over there and move?
Can I say something?
I'm in a third world country that's struggling to like keep the lights on, make something attractive for you to come over there. You should be.
No one is signing up. We don't want to go over there.
Oh, then don't listen.
Why are you preaching to the death?
Go ahead, Mr. Know-It-All, because he's going to keep interrupting me. Go ahead.
It's not the same because when the Chinese go over, they're going over backed by their government. Their government is backing them. When the East Indians go over, their government is sending them over. They're being backed by their government. And so if anything happened to them, the African nation would have to answer to the Chinese government or answer to the East Indian government or answer to the whoever government it is. When we go over, it's just like freelance. We just going over to help the people, trying to start something. We don't have, our government didn't send us over like the Chinese government sent them over. And I yield the mic.
You don't think that we have the opportunity to get the American government to give us grant money to go over there? Well, they have.
But we're not asking. No one is asking. No one is demanding that.
Okay. The objective that I was talking about was that people are saying that Pan-Africanism is dead. You're saying that no one is asking about that, but there are plenty of people that are Pan-Africanists that are going over there and are doing this. Just because you don't know anybody does not mean that no one is doing it. I think that that's
where's the sign-up sheet?
There's no sign-up sheet. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Man, what are you talking about?
It's just no one wants to go over there until it's attractive. No one wants to go over there.
Listen, you're just talking over. Listen. There's not a sign-up sheet anywhere in the world and start a business. There's no sign-up sheet. We're just stuck in America. We don't even think about global business. That's the thing I'm trying to say, is that we think only our fucking mind is so closed off. We will say that Pan-Africanism is dead when there are people that are not afraid to go over there and start and walk over there with pennies on the dollar in their pocket and start a business from scratch.
Right, but they have a sign-up sheet for Region 6.
There is no sign-up sheet.
Oh, there isn't. So they're just voluntarily saying, hey, FBA, you're part of Region 6.
You believe that there is a sign-up sheet that for going over to Africa? It's called
if there isn't, why are they trying to have us come over there? Mic drop again. I want people to be less emotional when they're talking about this fantasy.
I think that you are
fantasy be attractive, sound attractive, market it well, because it's not sounding right. Sounds like a scam. At least be more flamboyant and jovial.
Okay.
About the conversation.
If I'm gonna have to talk over you, I'm gonna What I'm trying to people name everything a scam. I'm getting cooked. Okay, fine. What does that really mean? Nothing. What I'm trying to tell you is that going to another country and starting a business is as easy as getting on a plane, stocking some bread, going over there and starting a business. I have friends of mine that went to Mexico, started a business. I have friends of mine that left the country, went to Colombia, started a business. I don't understand what the fucking big deal is.
We are not your friends. Not everybody's your friends. We don't want to go over there.
I don't like having meaningless conversations. If you don't want to go over there, why are you arguing with me? Just don't go over there. I don't get the fucking argument. I'm not trying to convince people to go over there. I'm trying to get people to stop saying that ideal of Pan-Africanism is dead. When I know people that are over there coming back and forth between Africa, they're going to Dubai, they are doing global business. So to say something is dead when it's not dead is a fallacy. And I believe it's also like a way to get people to get of this mindset to stay in America and not travel. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to make the point of convincing a person that's broke to take their last dollar and go over to Africa. So people say that I'm getting cooked are stupid because guess what? That's not the point. Whatever the point that they're talking about is not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that the FBA movement will say that Pan-Africanism is dead when they just want to stay in their little fucking town, go to the fucking corner store, buy a pack of fucking Newports and some weed and sit on their thing and play goddamn PlayStation all day. I'm not talking about those people. You can't, a nigga that just want to sit around all day and sit in their house is not the same as a person that wants to travel the world and do global business. So you can't speak on a movement of people that are not afraid to step outside the norm and go over to another country on a wing and a prayer and start a business. Don't talk about Pan-Africanism is dead. Don't talk about global business is dead. You stay in your fucking lane and you sit in your fucking corner, wherever the fuck you are, and you just sit on the computer and you type on your phone. Don't tell about a movement of people that are not afraid to go over somewhere, leave everything behind, and come back and forth. Maybe lose everything, come back home, and go right the fuck back over. There's an entire expat community. Pan-Africanism is dead. Global business is dead. Whatever you want to say. FBA, stay here in America. I don't agree with the ideology of people trying to get people to only stay in America. No, Pan-Africanism is not dead. It's just the people that are in the FBA movement have not gotten outside their bedroom to actually see beyond it. People that are talking about, well, I saw a video about people. There's a lot of videos online of people that are saying this, and the videos online are saying that. See, you're stuck in your fucking on your phone. You're stuck on your device. There are people that get up and get on planes and go and not afraid to jet set. So to say that a movement is dead of people that have traveled the world is ridiculous when you don't even want to go past your fucking bedroom. That's the problem I'm having. I'm not trying to tell everybody they need to go over there. Hell no. Some of y'all niggas don't need to go over there and bring that bullshit over there. Yeah, stay your ass in America with that bullshit. Stay on these platforms, getting up on here, challenging me about bullshit. Stay over here. Yeah, don't bring that shit over to Africa where people are trying to make some things happen. Yeah, don't do that. Stay over here. But the ones that actually have a global mindset and are not stuck in just one place and are able to like think outside the box, yeah, go ahead. Build your bread up, do some research, and take that leap and see what you can do. You're gonna that's what I'm saying. Don't let no one tell you that something is dead when they haven't even fucking stepped outside their room to look at the damn coffin. Look inside the damn cemetery to see if it's dead. That's the part I'm saying. And I don't like when people like to keep fucking with me. Let me get to the last part because this is a long ass video and I just want to get to the part because I get kicked off the panel and all type of shit. So let me go to the last parts where I think that he brings me up okay, here I go. Well, did he bring me off into this? Okay, let's see. Okay, I think I was right here. I'll bring you guys back up in a second. I just do not like a person that keeps asking me the same stupid fucking questions over and over again. The shit's annoying. Okay. Mr. Know-it-all, do you have something to say?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I don't think international business and Pan-Africanism should be mixed in together. I think they should be their own separate entities. If you believe in Pan-Africanism, that's one thing, but international business, that's another thing. You don't have to believe in Pan-Africanism just to go over to Africa and start a business. And I don't think we should blur the lines to where if you go over to Africa and start a business, that means you're a Pan-African. Because if I wanted to go over to Africa and buy up some land and start cultivating corn, I don't think I should be labeled a Pan-African just because I'm a Black American who went over to Africa to start my own farm. That doesn't make me a Pan-African. I'm just an international businessman. I yield the mic.
Wow. Common sense. Thank you, brother know-it-all. You said it so smoothly. And in hindsight, for those who are listening, because there is an audience who will hit the like button and subscribe to DJ Genesis channel and hear the replay too. And they're going to hear you, Mr. Know-It-All. And what you said, your bars were so profound, what you said in such a small amount of time. Thank you.
I have to agree with you.
Hey, sis, you want to keep acting?
Listen, I don't need you to add to it.
Acting like people.
I don't need you to add to it. I'm going to talk directly.
Keep on acting like people don't care about the situation.
You stop it, okay? I don't know why you do this to me. You and Pan Mulatto, y'all drive me fucking crazy, bro. Mr. Know-It-All, you had a very good point there. And maybe I am conflating it. Maybe in my mind, when I think about Pan-Africanism, I do think business. I think of, my mindset goes into how other countries are going into Africa and creating opportunities. They're helping Africa at the same time creating opportunities for themselves, right? So put it like this, like China, for instance, right? They go over in Africa, they set up a rail system, but they also get labor for other things, for like maybe Temu items, So to me, I see that there's like a exchange. It might not be considered the word Pan-Africanism. Maybe that's the wrong word for it. And I'm willing to admit that maybe that's the wrong, maybe that's where I might be wrong at, is maybe the word is not Pan-Africanism. But I feel like that is really where it's moving towards. It's moving towards that us as Black people in America need to get out of just only understanding business from only America's standpoint. We need to become globally minded. And maybe I'm conflating Pan-Africanism with a global business mindset. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you buy things off of Temu, you see that there's an entire system there. And all it is a bunch of stores in China. And then they made a website and they said, okay, put your products on here. Tell me what product, just flood us with products. You don't even have to have them made. They found all the factories in China and they made a thing called Temu. And then people saw that stuff and they buy it. It's just like they created like the whole economy based on that. So I'm like, bro, why is it that China, that the only difference between China and Africa, what's the difference? I mean, you still have the same volume of people that can create items and create products. So to me, I just see it like, if we talk about infrastructure, if we talk about like electricity not being on all the time, and the only countries, the only people that are like actually like feeding into the thing of building up this country is a China. And of course they're doing it for their own benefit. I'm like, it seems to me like a gold rush that's happening, but we're not a part of it because we're too busy delineating and talking about people. Well, they want to take our reparations. I'm like, fuck reparations, business. We're talking about putting our hand out. I'm saying like hand up. You don't take our reparations. When the government give us our 40 acres and a mule, we want to make sure that these tethers don't get it. But I'm saying fuck all that. Start some business. Be globally mindset, and you ain't worried about no damn reparations. That's what I'm saying. Is that why don't we think about business? And maybe I'm wrong about what I'm saying. Why are we focused on reparations when we can, like, we're all able, there's like several able bodies people in our FBA. Most of FBA culture is young people. Why are we thinking about like getting a fucking reparation check when we need to be focused on business? And if we can't do business in the American continent, we need to be thinking about global business. So maybe I might be using the Pan-African movement or combining or somehow like making that like a thing in the wrong way.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not that we're not going to do anything while we're fighting for reparations. We're still working. Black Americans still wake up every morning and put their boots on and go out and work. But we're still going to fight for reparations while we work. It's not that we're not going to work until we get reparations. We're working. Every Black American you know.
We're working for other people. I'm talking about doing business. I'm not talking about working for corporations, another person, or the white man. I'm talking about that if you get like a $10,000 tax check and you take 2,000, go over to Africa, set up a business, and you say, okay, I'm gonna ship these products back to America. Or I'm gonna just like, even me, when I get my check, I want to go to China. Like my mind is like I don't know, maybe I just think on a different level. I'm thinking about going, like, creating something and then going to China, seeing if they can like create make a prototype of it, and then manufacture it and then ship it back over here. Like, that's my mindset. So maybe my mindset is not on the same level as everybody else's is. However, I'm not thinking about having a job. You want to know why? Because I'm 48 years old and I realize that it's hard to find a job when you turn this age. Once you get a certain age, it's hard to find a job. So you have to think of the shit.
But the thing is,
but it's y'all young. Y'all still working. Y'all still $20 an hour is not a big deal. To me, I made 60. So I'm not used to making 20. So I gotta find a business plan to, like, I want to go over it. So when people say, well, that Pan-Africanism is dead and this, that, the other is dead, I'm like, okay, what? No. I see opportunity. I went to Cuba and all that stuff going on over there. I was like, oh my God. It was heartbreaking to see. And I'm thinking about how many other third world countries that are just fucked off like this. That are stuck in the Stone Ages, you know? You never know. And I've been to like Cape Town. It's absolutely gorgeous, you know. However, but I saw that the people are open. If you meet the right people, I mean, I've been to Africa and all this, like, that they're like talking about you and calling you a tether. Honey, the people in Cape Town were some of the most beautiful, sweetest people I've ever met in my life.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
All right. I've traveled to locations, right, as an adult, and what is it to you to make, say, for instance, what is it to you? Could you explain to the audience of how it is like? Because I can explain to the audience what it's like to meet a significant other or bring a significant other and make love to them in another country. Have you had that experience in Africa?
No, I was over there.
So what? And there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, no, you asked me a question. So I said
there's nothing wrong with
over there. I'm gonna show you when I went over there. So I'm gonna show you a picture.
However, if you haven't had that type of appetite or experience to relate to other people, it's not marketable. It's not attractive.
What are you talking about?
I can tell you when I went out the country for the first time and I received a lap dance when I was a teenager. I could tell you what it's like drinking around with open beer bottles throughout the streets of St. Catherine, Montreal. I could explain to you, give us a tale of why it's so to travel or to do business in Africa is paramount, is beautiful, it's so touching. Give us the passion to it, because I'm hearing anger and the trauma. It shouldn't be that way. I can tell you about when I was 9 years old, and I went with my family members to Cancun, and we stayed in a timeshare called Omni Hotel. And I could tell you that when my parents wanted to go out on their own without me, that there was a Mexican woman named Monica, and this is for real. And she told me, and she was the only woman out there who really didn't have like a gold tooth at the time. And she told me on my way of leaving, because we came there on a Wednesday. We wanted to see the bullfighting, but it starts on a Wednesday, and we left on a Wednesday too. And the one thing she had said to me, she said, when you're 18, make sure to come back. And she gave me a kiss on the cheek. I ain't never been back, but I can relate to it. That's the attraction of what I'm speaking. Where is your attractive tale of Africa?
All right, so this is me in South Africa at the township in Cape Town, and this is where they were cooking the braai. This is at the Red Bull Music Academy in 2003. This is them every Sunday. They get together, the actual township. Imagine you have a whole township full of people. A township is almost like the hood, right? Everybody every Sunday comes together and they barbecue. They call it braai. Okay. And so they get all these wieners and whatever, and they make this braai. They cook this whole thing. And this is me at the academy. We're doing our music or whatever, learning how to do music. That's me. I'm young, whatever. My booty shit showing right there. It's me DJing in Cape Town, South Africa. I didn't have all the pictures of it because but yeah, that was
glowing. You're glowing. You're glowing in these pictures. Just imagine, explain to us how why they're so into in South Africa. How come they're so their pool parties and their techno and their Afro beats, their Afro pop is so attractive when they show it.
I'm gonna tell you even better. When I was at the Red Bull Music Academy, right? I was there with Osun Lade, and we actually did a whole thing. We made music, and so this is the actual song that I made that described being in Africa for the first time. Let me see if I can play it. Let me see. Hold on. Let me. So I wrote this song about Africa in Cape Town when I saw it. And I sang the song and produced it myself.
African state of mind, walking around long streets, kitchen table mountain, a feeling I can't describe. Gives me a feeling that I'll never be the same. No, I'll never be the same. No, 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 no. African freedom, but are they really free? They say they got freedom, but it don't look that way to me. African rhythm, African freedom, African state of mind, African feeling, African rhythm, African freedom, African state of mind.
That was very sick, meaning like it was exquisite. It was resonated to my ears. Very sweet.
Thank you.
You were in a good place at the time.
Wow, sad. Imagine going to a very beautiful place. I mean, imagine going to a place where it's so beautiful, but the people. Like, I'm sorry, excuse me. Imagine like going to a place as beautiful as Miami, but the people that are living there are just like, it's not. It wasn't fair. Like it wasn't a happy song. It was really a sad song because the children are out in the streets. They're having pain on crack. Like it was just bad. Like it was beautiful. The landscape, the penguins, the fucking gorillas or the monkey, whatever the fuck they were, just jumping. I mean, you saw the Antarctica in the distance, just such a beautiful place. But the people and what they were going like it was so hard to see, like so much luxury and opulence on one end, and see so much like poverty on the other. And so it really,
It's okay. It's okay.
really, it broke my heart. Kids, like the kids was out the streets, like begging their moms at the work. They're working as maids. They don't even get to take care of their own kids because then the kids end up being street kids. It was so hard just seeing like the stark difference of just such an extreme level of like I mean millionaire level, like lifestyles of the rich and famous level of white opulence, and then you go to the township, but then they're still happy, they're still sweet, they're still having a great time. But it's like, bro, just up the street, they are living in the like I mean, and so it just and people, and like I said, it like we might have kids that might be hanging out on the street, but the level, like imagine like an 8-year-old or a 6-year-old is out there on crack. You know, you see them smoking crack on at the, you know, you go to the club, you hanging out at the club, you know, there's like a whole strip where the club is. But you gotta watch out for the street kids, because the street kids will, because they're so fast, they'll, you know what I'm saying, you gotta watch out. Like watch out for the street kids, because the street kids will, like, they're too quick, you know what I'm saying? They'll steal your purse, they'll steal your phone because they're on drugs. Like they're sniffing paint, they got like glue and stuff rolling down. I mean, just zoned out, zonked out in the middle of the street. It was almost, it was such a, it was like seeing beauty and horror at the same time. So when I sing that song, and I say, when I'm talking about all the beautiful, you see Table Mountain, this beautiful mountain that every time you look at it, it looks different. The clouds look different. It looks beautiful. But then you see the people in this beautiful landscape living in just the most worst conditions that you could ever see, but they're still happy, you know? And they were very sweet people. People talk about like the Africans don't, man, these people were the most kindest people. A little bit sarcastic, you know, they're very sarcastic, you know, because the honey, they was doing some kind of a ritual for like some kids to like go into their manhood, like a, you know, what is it called, like a coming of age ceremony, and they were walking down the street with like machine guns and machetes in the air, and the guy was like, "They're coming for you," and I was like, "What?" I was scared, and he was like, they laughed. I said, "Oh my God," you know, there was a joke, you know, but I looked like they were like on a war path. It's like, no, he's going up to the mountain to like, you know, it was like, you know, whatever. So, poor guy. But I mean, some of the sweetest people I've ever met. So I don't know. It just triggered something. I didn't even mean to cry. I feel so stupid, but yeah, like it. That was a time in my life, you know. I don't know how it is now, but I know back then, it was awful because it was right before I think Mandela had gotten out, and it was not apartheid, but it was still like this like real clear divide between the haves and the have-nots. People lived in like these townships, in these shanty looking towns, but then like, and then go to work in this beautiful, I mean, I felt so like almost guilty because I had a beautiful apartment that I was living in. And it was also during the time of like when they had the AIDS pandemic and people were getting raped by people, and they thought that virgins would like cure them of AIDS back then. So it was a very, very tumultuous time back then because like people really believed that if they had sex with a virgin, that if they have AIDS, they could get cured of it. You know, that type of stuff going on. And you had this a poet named Toomey, and he had a group they called Toomey and the Volume, and they sound like a black, like a African American poetry group. And in South Africa, Hugh Masekela, they're very influenced by American music. They are very influenced. Like they actually like their music sounds like ours. You know, when I was there, I'm like, that sounds like a hip hop group from America. And it was like I said, I hate to be over here. Like, I don't know what made me like. It just like touched a part of my like when I thought about it. It's like how much how beautiful the people were, how sweet they were, but also just going through so much, you know. But they still were resilient, you know. So that's enough about me being crying or whatever.
That was beautiful. And Mrs. DJ Genesis, I would say what just happened for a brief moment, you finally exhaled in the month of December. What was just going on was an exercise of questions and answers. And as I shared some personal experience of memories, I could take some people there. However, I knew that you were going to call and respond to your own beautiful experiences as well and take your audience with us, with you, into the clouds. Doing so, the teardrops, the sniffling, that's because your central cortex was accessed and you were willing to share. You kick people off the panel, but I'm the most powerful one besides you. That's what gets you so angry. Let them get you angry. That's it. No more sadness. And those little boys and girls, to think of how many probably did not end up in the elliptic trades out there in Freetown and elsewhere. How many might have made it over here and in doing well? How many may have inquired, tell us about your homeland? Now, in 2025, it is time for them to fix up their homeland. Period. This is what we all want. We want to hear about these atrocities that are occurring over there. We want to hear that the youth had put it into it for good.
Yeah, I'll say this. You know, like I said, they were smoking crack. There's way worse things out here now than crack. You know, they were 6 years old, 10-year-old on crack, and 60-year-old, 10-year-old, and they be out in the street just looking at a kid smoking crack, or a 6-year-old like huffing paint with like the paint just dripping off their face. Like it was a very horrifying image. That's why in the thing I said, you know, African, I'm talking about all the beautiful things, you know, African rhythm, African everything, but then I say, well, African freedom. But are they really free? They say they got freedom, but don't look like this because you're seeing children, because their parents have to work for the upper class white people and they don't even have enough time to tend to their kids. So their kids end up leaving the household and being on Long Street Long Street is where all the clubs are. They're begging you to be very careful because the kids over there, I don't know, I'm not sure if it's the same way, maybe they cleaned it up. But back then, it was, you better watch out because them kids will, they will rob you blind and then go get their drug of choice and be out there high as a kite in front of everybody. And that's the sad part. And nobody was doing nothing about it. And it was like, and you feel so helplessly seeing these children like this. Because I'm thinking, and this is before I even had kids. You know, the reason why it choked me up because now that I'm a mother, I'm like, oh my God, I could never imagine my daughter, me having to go to work, leave my child, and then she had to fend for herself and join a little kid gang and then go out to like Long Street and then end up getting introduced to like drugs and at a very young age, like 6 and 7, and be out on the street stealing and getting high, and you know, at like 6 and 7. That out of anything out of that, what messed me up was that. And so that's why it was such a I couldn't even help but to cry about it because it's like, man, just the thought, you know, I think it was suppressed. And that's probably why I've been going so hard about the stuff because I'm like, dude, I've been there and I've seen, you know, people say, well, you know, just, you know, you fled, or, bro. What are they fleeing? Like, bro, poverty. They're fleeing a lot of bullshit. So if we could sit in our situation, that's almost like a person going to Skid Row and saying you fled to North Carolina. Well, of course so. Why would I stay in Skid Row? Gonna stay in Skid Row and fix it up. What the fuck? It's my response. You know how long Skid Row been like this? I'm supposed to fix Skid Row up. That's in my mind. That's what I'm thinking. This shit's been fucked up for a long ass time. How will you expect this one person to be able to fix that? You need to get the fuck up. I'm not gonna. It is not my job to fix that bullshit. That shit been like that way before I was there. I just grew up in the bullshit. Why am I? Well, now I gotta fix. No, I'm gonna get the fuck away from that, and I'm gonna make something of myself somewhere else. And that's what I see. Is like I understand why somebody would leave a place like that in a situation like that. And it's easy for us to, well, you fled. You flee. You fled your country. What the fuck? Have you seen what's going on? Go over there and you tell me and stay there. And you tell me if you will. You're gonna want to get the fuck about it. And so that's my main thing is that, you know, it's easy from the outside looking in and be like, oh, you fled, you left your cut, whatever. And it maybe it's some built up tension and anger that's been going on because of like me just knowing what I saw when I went. You know, the colonizers get to take advantage of all the scenery and all the, you know, and create opulence in that environment. Meanwhile, and for others, that opulence is their hell, you know? The opulence that other people get to live and be cool and drink like fucking. I mean, you go down to the thing, it's like better than Miami. When they give you your drink, it has real apples in it. It has like they put the real everything, the ice chunks and everything is like just mwah, like the chef's kiss of like top of the line. Meanwhile, you walk 2 blocks down, there's kids. No. So to me, that was something that I probably have been burying deep inside, and it kind of came out in this way. And I'm glad it did. Thank you for allowing me to just asking me a certain question. Because, it's something that was there. You know, I'm going to have to probably take that song. Well, you know, I'm going to leave it up. Fuck it. You know, damn record label owns the song, and they're probably going to hit me up or whatever for the copyright, but it's okay. Can't even play my own goddamn song on my own channel. That's another.
How much does it cost to get it back?
I don't even know. I can't even play my own music. That's another thing that I'm pissed off about. But anyways, listen, this was a great live. You know, we're at 4 hours and 18 minutes. Thank you guys for being here for this time. Much love. And do you want to make some final words before I close it out?
Yes, I will. Thank you, DJ Genesis, for tonight's program. You've been cooking lately, and this was another one. I want viewers to understand that there are real life people offline who are engaging on these panels. And kindly, a super chat every now and then would help grow the channel and grow more content on the channel. Hit the like button, share, and subscribe.
Thank you so much. Peace, guys.
Trying to get it right. Transition. Changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission. Trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Making a transition. I'm on a mission. On a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission.